All right, friends, give me 1 second. I'm just going to get TikTok set up and double check our streams, make sure all the streams are up. All right, TikTok should be up in a second. And then let me check YouTube Studio and make sure the streams are live, lest I make a mistake and end up with a dead stream again. All right, let's see. TZ Debates is live. Awesome. Let's try Deconstruction Zone. Deconstruction Zone's live. Awesome. So I think we're good on that front. Fantastic. All right. Exciting. Let me get my my web browser set up before I forget. We'll get all the usual stuff. I get Bible Gateway loaded and whatnot. Let's see. Maybe a few. I got a new website I might be trying today too. We'll see about that. We're going to see about that. It may or may not be helpful. Nevertheless, welcome in, friends. I think everything's up and going. I'm going to start TikTok before I forget to do that. Let's see. Oh, make sure the guest box is open. I gotta do that. 1 second. Hmm. Cool. All right. We should be good now. Let's double check that. Here. The guest box is open on YouTube. Guest box on TikTok. TikTok will be open in just a second. Awesome. Oh, I forgot. My goodness. Real quick, I got to adjust these layers real quick so you can see the prompt. There we go. Should be good. Everyone should be able to see the prompt now. Hey, welcome in, friends. I should be able to see everyone's chats now. I think we're good to go. If you're on vertical, put some put vertical in the comments if you can hear me. If you're on horizontal, put hors in the comments if you can hear me. Just make sure everybody can hear everybody before we get going. Should be a fun one. I don't think it's been a little bit since we did this topic. I mean, to be fair, we've done some topics that I think are adjacent to this, and it's almost like at some point all roads lead to this. Every time you kind of touch the, one of the holy books, it's very difficult to not touch on this particular topic when like we're reading the book. So we'll see what we get tonight. Um, I predict, I prophesy even, we'll get at least 2 people most likely that come in and say something akin to, "What's your standard of good?" And then that same clown most likely is gonna try to claim that good is equal to God somehow, and that it's the, opposite of good is just a deprivation. I don't know where they got these, ideas from. I'm sure it's some bullshit from, like, Thomas Aquinas or something, but it's wild. It's a little bit wild to me that they run these arguments. I have no idea why they think that they're convincing. Interesting. Anyways, I think both guest boxes are open. Let me. I just totally forgot to look at the TikTok guest box yet. It should be open here in a second. There we go. Now on TikTok, I can see the TikTok guest box and I can see the YouTube guest box. So we should be good to go. And while I'm at it, let me open up my phone and I'll do a double test on the YouTube guest box real quick and make sure that everything's as it should be. Let's see, tiny.cc4/GC live. And if you want to get into the conversation, if you're like, hey, actually, I think God's really good, Hey, congratulations. You can use the link on the screen, tiny.cc/DZ Live, and you'll get placed into a guest box or a guest waiting room, really. And then I'll pull you up when we get the opportunity to pull you up. That being said, I think everything's working. I just checked real quick, make sure that the guest box is working. It seems to be working on my phone, so I think we're okay. I think we're ready to go. Everything seems to be doing what it's supposed to, so that's exciting. Uh, I am working on a side project. I haven't told anyone yet. I'm working on a couple projects, but I'm working on a really cool side project um, for researching. Oh, I just hit the wrong button. Researching ancient texts. I think y'all gonna like it. I'll show you to work while we're waiting for some guests to line up here. Interesting. Oh shit. Somebody just somebody just popped in and sent out like a gazillion memberships. Holy smokes. Let me see what's going on here. Roydon, I just saw there was like a flurry, a flurry of stuff happening in one of my chat windows. Hold on. I got to get my live chat on the screen. I forgot to put that up there. 1 second. Always helps if you actually add it to the screen. That's usually the thing that you want to do. Okay. And let's see. That should take care of that. There we go. And let me get it on the other screen. My bad. There we go. Now we got her on both screens. Hey, from Royden Jones, thank you so much, man, for sending out 20 DZ Debate Gifted memberships. That's huge, my friend. Super, super appreciate that. The people who got the free memberships, super, super appreciate it. And it really helps the channel a lot. Huge, huge thank you and kudos to you, my friend. And from Guitar Atheist, good to see you. It says, my son is getting ready to have his first son today. That's exciting for everybody. Is he nervous? Is he excited? How's he feeling? I'm curious. I remember the 3 months leading up to my son being born, I was really excited. Like, remember, I know not everybody has the same core childhood memories, but I think a lot of people have some kind of core childhood memory of like anticipating like a Christmas or a birthday, you know? That's how I felt when my son was born, and when he was born, it was like the awesomest moment. So I'm sure your son and you are really excited. At least I hope so. Enjoy the baby, take lots of pictures, and that's one thing I wish I had done more of is taken more pictures. It's weird to say that now because at the time I thought there was too many pictures. But take lots of pictures. You're gonna want them. And I'm sorry, sweet. We the people. There we go. Justin, did I hear you have a book in the works? That is true. Also, you need to debate Jay Dyer and crush him. He's the worst. He might be one of the worst. That being said, well, first of all, Jay Dyer doesn't go on our platforms to debate. He, as far as I know, only really debates on his platform. So I don't know if he'll ever show up here. And I don't think, and I could be wrong, but I don't think he really does the public debates, as far as I know. So I don't think like he's going to be on like modern day debate or anything anytime soon. So I don't really know what the opportunity is to debate someone like Jay. But if the opportunity arises, I would take it. I mean, it's just another pre-sup debate, you know. Shirley, hey, good to see you, friends. Hi, Justin. You have a lot of side projects. You go, girl. You know, I have. You're not wrong. I have too many, by the way. This is a real problem of mine. But I'm going to finish these projects and not commit to another one for a little while. At least that's what I tell myself. That's like the lies you have to tell yourself to fall asleep at night. That's the lie that I tell myself to fall asleep at night. So it is what it is. You know, I do what I can. And it sometimes you know, sometimes I do it and sometimes I just wish I did. Let me grab before I forget. Done. Actually, there we go. All right, this is my current project. I kind of got tired of fucking around with like Bible Hub and some of these garbage websites. So I'm working on one myself that we can do, I would say, like proper textual research on, and it's working pretty well so far. I think once I'm ready to launch it here, I think it'll be a pretty effective tool. It's not perfect yet. It needs a little bit of work, but I think we're getting closer. I'm using most of the same resources that Bible Hub is using, except my site has just got a lot more information, and I'm actually monitoring the information to make sure it's going to be correct. We do have like overviews on all the words from the standard lexicons, and I'm working on a section as well. Obviously, it's going to show you where it's used within the books, but I'm also working on a section to do the dating of the words, so you can see what time period a lot of these Hebrew words were popular in. It helps you kind of work on dating the text. The next tool that I'm working on is going to be it's an algorithm to basically compare references. So you could type in a phrase, maybe a phrase from the Bible, and you can cross-reference it to just about any phrase in all of the ancient literature. And it'll come with it's basically it's a 6 category criteria, and it comes up with like a score, like how closely does this quote uh, compared to some other quotes, and then you'll be able to sort by ranking. It should be pretty cool, and it'll really help for a lot of research. Roy, thank you for the super sticker, my friend. And Kurt, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, good morning, Justin. I hope all is well. Kurt, all is well because you're here. Thanks for being here. And Two Hand Dan says, exploring the cheat sheet, laughed for an hour over the yeah, the MSRI tab. Want the equation on a t-shirt. Yeah, you know what? You're Horse Rule, Verts Drool, Justin fucking Rock. You're right. That does need to be on a t-shirt. I don't know why I didn't think of that. Shit. Hmm. That is, you're right. I dropped the ball here. That absolutely needs to be on a t-shirt, and I just didn't do it. And because of that, we don't have it yet. So I'll make sure that happens. But yeah, the was it the magisterium resident or the magisterium solar resonant index is, I think that was in conjunction with Carnage. Carnage developed the initial model, and then we kind of went to work on making it interactive and making it actually spit out some kind of a score. It was a lot of fun. I'm definitely glad that we were able to work on that. It was a cool project. And yeah, it's funny as hell. Every once in a while, we get people who would take it seriously, and that's wild. Guav says, today's limerick. There once was a man named Justin whose topic was deconstruction. Believers called in, but never did win, for he cooked them all to destruction. Listen, that's fantastic. That is, as by way of limericks, that's like 9 out of 10 for sure. Fantastic. And guitar coming in again. I'm sure he's excited and nervous at the same. Yes. Yeah, bringing a new life into the world, while it is like super exciting, it's true. It can be nerve-wracking for sure. Like, what if you mess up? What if what if you drop the baby? you know. I have a good friend named Bob, and he's got like 7 kids now, but he had kids before a lot of us in our friends group. I remember I talked to him a while ago about when I was younger, probably late 20s, about having kids. And he goes, it's okay, Justin. Kids bounce, babies bounce. That's why they call them bouncing babies. I was like, Bob, I don't think that's fucking why they call them bouncing babies. But his point was, and it's not a wrong point, is babies do tend to what's the word I'm looking for? They recover well. Their bodies are in that mode where they're growing and recovering and whatnot. Although there are, like, if you drop a baby on their head, it can cause lasting damage, unlike an adult where you might just get temporary damage. So there's some things to consider there. Unashamed, thank you so much for the super chat, my friend. I got to make this taller to read it all. There we go. And on this side, make it a little bit taller. There we go. It says, mate Doug, patron or patron. Doug, patron rock of rationality, guide your tongue and steady your hand. May every red herring become smoked herring. Oh, I like that. Every straw man become kindling, and every bad argument leave the pit tenderized and well done. Listen, that's some fantastic work, Unashamed. I mean, that's some of the best work I've ever seen you do. You keep that up, and you're gonna like climb your way to the top of the limerick charts. I don't know if we have any an official rating system yet, but I think we're gonna have to get one, at least for you. That was some fantastic work. And last super chat for now says, "Oh great Herb," or from Oh great Herb. Thank you for the $20 super chat. It says, "Thank you for help in my deconstruction." Well, I'm glad I can help. That's why I started the channel. I recently told my wife how ridiculous I think it is all now, and she asked me how it has hurt me to believe all these years. I told her wasted Sundays and feeling of betrayal. Help. Actually, this is a fair answer. Like, so for example, when you dedicate your life to a religion, and that's what Christianity asks you to do. Well, when you do that, there are things that you're going to be giving up. And what that means is that when you come to the end of that road and you realize that there was a lot of things, that you actually gave up, well, it's easy to become, I don't know, maybe a little not upset, but maybe a little remorseful that you did that, because that's something you can't get back. You never get your time back. The time is one of those commodities that everybody wants, and you just can never get it back. And so I can understand why somebody would be disappointed over spending their life in a religion and then realizing that the religion wasn't true. So that, that to me is completely understandable. I'm going to bring in our first guest. So I think our first guest is John. We had somebody in the YouTube queue, but they dropped out already. So we'll give John from the TikTok queue and we'll get things going real quick. I just got to I think the text size on these chats are a little big right now. Let me see what they're set to. Bump these down to 35 point. There we go. See if that helps. But nevertheless, we'll look at John in here. And then I gotta get John on the screen. Welcome in, John. And are you at
Hello.
least 18?
Yes, I'm 20.
Great, you're 20
Wait,
years
can you
old.
hear me?
All right. And before we get going, yeah, I can hear you. Yeah. Let me make sure I send your audience or your audio to everybody else though. Did everyone hear him on YouTube? They should, but you always want to double check when the first guest rolls in. That way, you know, that way they can actually hear your words. That's what you want, right? I mean, I assume.
Yes.
Good, cool.
Well, at
They're on
least
like
I
a
hope
10-second
so.
delay. We'll hear. Yeah, they can hear you. We're good. Okay. So John, you said you're at least 18, and are you a believer in some kind of a God?
I am, yes. And the
Okay.
Christian God.
And which God do you? Okay, so you're Christian. All right. And do you
Yeah.
think that the Christian God is good, like all good?
Yes. I think he's good in accordance to his nature.
What do you mean by in accordance with his nature?
Yeah, I think he's all good. I don't need to add that part in. I think he's all good.
Yeah, I mean, you're welcome to. I just don't know what it does for the conversation. Okay, when you say that God is all good, is it fair to say, like, am I mischaracterizing this statement and suggesting that if God is all good, he always does like the best thing?
Um that's why I was adding in accordance to his nature. So there's some things that God does that we may not realize is the best at the time, but I think since he is all knowing, it's ultimately the best thing.
Sure. I mean, obviously you would believe that, but like you would agree that somebody who is all good would always do the best thing. It just seems like it's part of the being all good, right?
Yeah, but for example, if something is not good, like today, if something were to happen to me that wasn't necessarily good, but God had a better plan for me in the future, I would consider that choice that he made for me today ultimately good.
Sure, I get that. I'm not saying that there aren't, I don't know, maybe some bumps along the way. But what about his commands then? Obviously, you believe that all of God's commands are good as well.
Yes. So are we going to be talking more so about God and the verses within the Bible, or are we going to be talking about why I believe in a God in general, like a teleological, moral argument, things like that of that nature?
Well, right now I'm trying to establish what you actually think about the God, because not everyone, even though like you're a Christian, not everyone who's a Christian has the same conception of what God is or what God is like. So, for example, my mom actually didn't think that God was all good. So that's why I'm asking.
Didn't, as in past tense, she now does believe that God is all good, or is she no longer a Christian?
No, she's dead now.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
But she no longer among the living. It's okay, don't worry. We all have to die eventually. I was lucky to get
Understood.
as
Okay.
much time with her as I did. But nevertheless, she didn't, and she grew up Catholic. She didn't think that God was all good, right? So that's why I'm asking your opinion because your opinion might differ from somebody else's. And I think in order to
If I'm
have
being
a
honest with you,
coherent
though,
discussion, I need to be arguing what you believe, right?
yeah, to be honest with you, though, I don't know enough. Actually, I know a decent amount, but to say if whether I think God is all good, I would say yes, because I think that a lot of the theists that I know and support believe that God is all good. However, if I look at particular verses within the Bible, sometimes it leads me to the conclusion that maybe the God of the Old Testament is not all good, but with his Son and all three in one, God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Spirit, they become good. Like they become perfect.
Oh, interesting. So you think that maybe God isn't like the Father isn't good all on his own?
I'm just saying that's I haven't thought about it
Am
deeply
I hearing
enough.
this
But
correctly?
for now let's just assume that I believe that God is all good.
Okay, cool. And by all good, then we would probably both agree that that means he always does the best thing and that all of his commands and instructions are good.
Yes.
Oh, cool. All right, then what do you make of the laws of Moses? Have you read them?
Um I have at some point, but I don't know all the laws in particular.
Okay, do you think that they're all good?
I could not say yes because I'm not familiar with all of them.
But if God is all good, you would have to say that they're all good, right?
Yes, because God gave the laws to Moses.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's not a matter of knowing because you read them. It's knowing because you've defined God that way, right? So,
Yeah.
the next thing I would say is, what do you make of some of the laws surrounding like the treatment of women? So, for example, in Exodus 21, you're allowed to sell your daughter as a concubine. Do you think that was a good command or no?
Think it's dependent on the given circumstances. So at that moment, it might have not been what me and you deemed to be good, but I think for the projection of humanity, it was good.
But can you say that for the projection of humanity, it was good? What does that mean?
Yes, like because if you looked at the way that women were treated at the time in a book like Exodus, they were treated with so much disrespect. So God actually telling him that women could be treated this way was beneficial towards them to how they were used to have been treated.
In which way was beneficial? Like what did God do that was different in the treatment of women than what was happening elsewhere?
Yeah, so I know I'm not sure if this is within Exodus, but I know that a lot of the times I think Exodus is talking about wartime. Is it or is it not?
Not no, not in Exodus. It's more like Deuteronomy stuff.
Okay, then I need you to further explain your point before I say if it was a good commandment or not. Like just leaving it
Yeah,
that
that's probably a
women
good
were to
idea.
be occupants. Yeah.
Concubines, you mean? Don't worry, I'll show you the
Yes.
verse. All right, so let's see. Oh, I grabbed the wrong tab. Uh, it's okay. Let me go to this tab then, and we'll do Exodus 21. Oh, I didn't add chapters to this yet, did I? Well, it looks like I gotta add chapters to this, huh? All right, let me reshare the right screen then. 1 second. Cool. Now I got the right screen. I don't know why the super chat keeps popping up. Fucking get out of here. All right. So it says here when we get down to verse 7. There we go. When a man sells his daughter as a slave, she shall not go out as the male slaves do. If she does not please her master who designated her for himself, then he shall let her be redeemed. So it says here that you can sell a woman as a slave, and then she becomes essentially a concubine. That's why she's allowed to be essentially divorced if she doesn't please her master who has betrothed her.
Mm. So, under my point of view, I'm saying that before this, I believe that women were treated in a much harsher way. So, this is setting the premise because if you dismantle a system all at once, it's kind of making a community like imagine, for example, if something so well established like abortion in a society, and all of a sudden they say you can no longer have any abortions. That would be super harsh. So this is God's way of slowly implementing a system that will ultimately lead to women fully being free. It's a step-by-step process.
Sure. Okay. So what was the thing that he did better?
Than before.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that before women didn't even have the right to divorce their husbands. I think that this was a
They don't in the
positive that
Bible either.
Jesus was implementing. I what?
They don't get the right in the Bible either.
To divorce their husbands?
No. And just to be clear, they did have the right to divorce their husbands. Even as early as the Hammurabi Law Code, there were divorce laws for women.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah. And they even had legal codes as well. Like if you divorce your woman, because they didn't say wife, you said your woman or your man. If you divorce them, and like you can't just kick them out of your house, you have to provide for them, especially if they had children. If they had children, you usually had to use your estate to provide some sort of support for them after you divorce them. This we don't find in the Bible. In fact, women in the Bible just get divorced. They're just gone. Bye.
Mm. So, what about verses 8 through 11 that add on to the restraints that must be placed on this? So it says he has to let her be
What about them?
redeemed if she's designed for his son. She's treated with the rights of a daughter.
Hmm.
If he takes another wife, he can't
Hmm.
reduce her food, clothing, or martial rights. And if he fails any of these things, she goes free, no payment required. So this sounds like it's
Hmm.
describing um like a what's the word? A protective arrangement. Like not slavery
How?
or
Well, it says slave.
yeah, but
So if
slaves weren't
if the
treated that way.
girl
That's why you have
marries
to read the further
the
verses.
son, I've read all of them. So if the slave girl marries the son, she gets treated as though she's a daughter because it's going to be the son's first wife. If the slave girl gets betrothed to the owner, then obviously it's not his first wife, it's his second wife, and that makes her a second tier wife, which is to be a concubine, which is why you have the note in verse 10, if he takes another wife to himself, he shall not diminish the food, clothing, and marital rights of his first wife, because you can have more than one wife. This young woman sold to the slave girl could either be a second wife or a primary wife to the son. But in no case is she deciding this for herself. Her father's selling her as a slave to be done with her or whatever the owner wants.
So I'm curious, I don't know enough about the Bible. So when I look at a verse like this, I don't know how women were treated before this. And according to your own knowledge, since you have read the Bible in its entirety, why would God be establishing these rules and quote unquote regulations for women if there was not some sort of system that was already in place? What was that system already set in place for him to have established these new rules regarding it?
There was no system. The Israelites left Egypt and he said, okay, here are my laws.
So these laws just came out of nowhere. Like, I'm saying it's quite weird or
They
interesting to
came out of
me
God
how God would. Why would God come out and say this is how women are supposed to be treated for the first time without have something like women had to have been treated in a different way prior to
for the
this?
first time. What do you mean for the first time?
I'm saying that there's verses prior to this that I cannot think of off the top of my head
Mhm.
that described how you would treat women, and it was not in this manner.
Where? Where? Show me the verse.
That's what I'm asking you for. So there's no verse before this describing
Oh, there's
that?
not one. There's no verse in the Bible that says you like in Exodus. There's no laws that says you must treat your wife in a particular way. There are some rules, like even in Exodus 21, if you accidentally injure a pregnant woman so that she miscarries, there's a fine. In Deuteronomy 22, if you sexually assault a woman who's betrothed, you're going to get executed. But as long as she's not betrothed, you just got to pay the bride price. So, I mean, God does allow selling a girl as a concubine and, allows you to marry the person that you sexually assault.
Hmm.
And also in Deuteronomy 25, God says that if your husband dies, you have to marry the brother of your deceased husband so that you can produce children to carry on the lineage. Like you don't just get to go free.
Hmm. The thing is that when I
Which,
read the Old Testament, I have a lot
mhm,
of questions, and I think that without Jesus,
sure.
I would probably not be a Christian. But I think that with
Well,
Jesus, it
yeah,
changes the whole narrative.
that seems obvious.
Does he not believe in the
What does Jesus
Trinity?
have to do with it? I
What does
I
Jesus
think
have to
he's
do with it?
figuring that out still. Am I understanding you correctly, John?
No, no, no. I'm not figuring it out. I'm just saying that I have some sort of kind of side thing within my own realm of knowledge because the view that many people hold, I don't necessarily agree with.
So you don't think that Jesus and God are one and the same?
No, I do. I do believe that.
So if the God in the Old Testament is bad in some way, that would automatically make Jesus bad in that same way.
Yeah, that's why I'm holding to the belief that God is good in the Old Testament, where there are some verses like this that make me question that. And that's why I have to do more research as to kind of ways around it.
How did you come to the conclusion that God was good in the first place?
Because of creation.
What do you mean?
I believe that God is good because of the things that we can see, and we live in a world where you and I are able to have conversations. And I think the beauty around us is what makes God perfect.
So, because nature is beautiful, the God of the Bible is true?
I think because of the message that Jesus preaches and the forgiveness that people can seek in him, it's what makes it true.
Okay, so you look at nature and you think there is a God. Granted, nature is not always beautiful. It is often unkind and cold and unforgiving, but you look at nature and believe that there is a God, and then you believe the God of the Bible is true because you can ask him for forgiveness.
Here, I'll restate myself because I did explain that quite badly. I'm saying that the reason I believe that there is a God, not even the God of the Bible, is because I believe that creation is a leading factor, that there has to be a creator. I also think of things like the contingency argument, which is why I believe in a higher being. The reason that I choose to believe in Jesus is because I see that he has been able to transform lives around the world. I'm currently in South Africa, and people's hope that they have is through Jesus. I was in Europe. The hope that people have is through Jesus. Like I've seen Jesus change the lives of people And I think that is why I'm ultimately a Christian, is because people can find forgiveness through Jesus. And I ultimately, yeah, that's why I'm a Christian.
So if people find forgiveness and transformation in another God, would that be evidence that that God is true as well?
No, I think it's a combination of things
So
that leads
besides
me to my
seeing
conclusion.
people be transformed, what other reason then do you have to believe that Jesus is real?
Yeah, that he was a son of God, that he was buried and rose again from the grave.
I'm asking, why do you believe that's true?
Because there's evidence for the resurrection.
Uh-huh. And so have you looked at the evidence for the other gods?
Yes, I don't think that it's comparable to the resurrection of Jesus from the grave.
I see. Okay. Um, Justin, I'll let you take over.
Sure.
Is this your first time having a
All right,
conversation
we've
with someone?
Did you just ask me if it's my first
who?
time?
Having a conversation with someone, yes. Like a
Wait,
debate, not a conversation, like a
I don't
debate.
think he. I guess he's lost. I don't know.
I was turning it back over to Justin because I didn't want to take over his live, not because I can't continue the conversation.
Okay, that was just a little interesting. I gave you my answers, you laughed at me, and then you passed the mic over back to Justin.
Well,
It's not
so
usually
I know that
how
Justin is
things
going to
work.
take you through the evidence of the
So you laughed
resurrection
at
and
me?
demonstrate to you that the
Okay.
evidence is not conclusive in any way.
Okay.
But
Usually when you're done talking to someone, you don't start laughing at the person that you've been engaging in conversation with. But I can hear from Justin now.
I don't think she was laughing at you. I think she's laughing because she knows what's going to happen next. Because we've done this a lot. Does that make
Interesting.
sense?
Okay. Sure.
Yeah, this is not our first time at the rodeo. Okay, so why do you think that the resurrection happened, and why do you think that it's meaningful? Like, even if I granted that it happened, why would that matter?
Because I think that there needs to be an ultimate source of someone dying for your sins in order to enter the presence of an all powerful, all perfect being. Someone has to take the penalty
Why?
that
Why
is
does something have
perfect
to
in and
die
of
for your
himself.
sins? Why?
A
So
perfect
could
being
we
has
not
to
just
die
sacrifice
for
a
your sins.
baby?
A
Why?
baby's not perfect.
What's wrong with a baby?
A baby
Have they
has
sinned?
sin. Yes, a
Oh,
baby enters the
what sin
world
did a baby
with
commit?
sin. Because
Do
I believe that
babies
you're
commit
born
sin?
into sin. Yes, I think that you're born into
To be
sin.
clear, you think a baby has committed a sin?
Yes, I think that we are born into sin. So I think everyone is
So
guilty from our
God made
first
it so
breath.
that you're not guilty of sins you never created? It seems like a awfully like weird thing to do, that God made it as such that the day you come into the world, you already have sinned before you're even capable of making a decision.
I'm so sorry, but like the person at the bottom, I've noticed they do this with other guests too. When someone is talking and you're just like making crazy
What?
facial features and you're like covering your mouth and you're raising your eyebrows and you're just like, it's just super hard to have a conversation when you're just like laughing, covering your face, making facial expressions. Like when I have conversations with people, across a wide variety of Democrats, Republicans, atheists, agnostics, if I was talking to someone and they were making those facial features at me while I was speaking to them, I just feel like it's super just disrespectful almost.
I, I don't know if you can help that. Like your facial expressions are just what they are, my man. She's not doing it on purpose.
Okay. I mean, if okay, you can definitely
Like
control
she's
that.
not
If
purposely
it's
making
like
facial expressions to upset you.
it okay, I've just never have experienced that before where people make those kind of facial expressions when someone's trying to engage in conversation. I
have
find
you
it quite
ever
strange.
got into a conversation where you have said that babies are sinful
Yes, I have.
and the people were totally cool with what you said?
I think that babies are sinful, not in the way that you and I are sinful. However, I think that inherent sin exists when you are born into a world of sin.
That's not, you're kind of dodging the question though. If a baby is sinful, that means they have committed a sin. So what sin has a baby committed?
They haven't committed a sin, but they're born into sin. And
What does that mean,
that's
being born into it?
being born into sin makes you inherently guilty.
So if a baby dies, obviously that baby has not had a chance to accept Jesus, but that baby is just inherently guilty, even though they haven't done anything wrong. They should go to hell then, right?
No, because I think it's predicated on two separate things. I think what sends someone to hell is the evil that they have within themselves, but it's also predicated on the fact that they have heard the name about Jesus and have been able to freely make that choice. So someone on a random island at the age of 40 who is sinful, they have committed sins, but they've never heard the name of Jesus, I believe will ultimately not be judged the same way that you and I are judged.
So then like preaching and missionary work is the worst thing you could do because people have a much better chance of going to heaven if they never hear the name of Jesus.
That's what I'm hearing, yeah.
I also believe in predestination. So I think that everyone who is again, like I've never engaged with someone who just laughs in the middle of the conversation. It's
Well,
just
you're going
very
to have
hard
to
for me to
deal with
take you
it,
seriously.
John.
It's very hard for me to take you seriously. But I believe in predestination, so I believe that all who have been called will receive the kingdom of heaven. So that is a different kind of perspective. So I think that if a baby dies, they have had a bond, and I don't think that God will judge them like he judges you and I, like I've said. But I
So,
do
if
think that they
God
were
has
born into sin.
predestined everybody, there is absolutely no justice. Like, everyone is bad and deserves hell, but God has picked a few people that he likes and they get to go to heaven. But there's no justice in that.
Yes, I think that is just. It's not fair,
How?
but it's just.
It's not fair, but it's just? What does that mean?
Yes.
Well, it has
I
to
think
be
that
fair to be
just in
just.
something. No, I think that God is a just God, but he's not a fair God. I can give you an example. So if I'm checking out at lunch and the cashier, buys my food, and then the person behind them expects their food to also be bought, I don't think that that is fair, but I think that it is just for me to have received that.
So, do you understand the definition of just? Maybe we start there.
What is ultimately right?
Not quite. Andre again?
No? Okay. No. What is the definition? I'm not sure what it is.
The definition of like just or justice is typically getting what you deserve for whatever it is that you've done. So, like if you earn
Okay.
something, you get the thing. If you did something bad, you get the thing. If you're accused of a crime, you don't get punished for it unless you actually did the crime. That's kind of the idea of
Mm-hmm.
justice. In fact, if you look up the definition, it usually says something about fairness. Yeah, it says justice means fairness in how people are treated, the proper administration of law, and giving someone what they are due. So fairness is baked into the idea of justice. You can't be just and then also be unfair.
Hmm. I was under the impression that just and fair were not the same thing. And I think that it is just under my worldview of predestination because I think that everyone deserves hell. But I think that it is just in the sense that some people have been, I think
But
that's like
why do people
a
deserve
thing
hell?
because we are all sinful people. And according to the Bible, if you are sinful,
So what?
you deserve to go to hell.
No, I don't care what the Bible says. Give me a logical reason why people who have committed a sin deserve to be torched.
Yes, because I think that in order, also, I don't think that hell is eternal, but that's a side point. I think that if you have committed a single sin, you are separated from God because God is all good. So it doesn't matter if you commit one sin or a million sin, that sin ultimately separates you from God. And because God is all perfect, there has to be some sort of sacrifice. an ultimate lamb, a sinless
Why?
lamb, to take that sin
Like,
away. Because
you're
in order
covering
for
way
us
too
to
many
be in the
points at once.
presence,
Why? I already asked you before why somebody has to die, and you didn't answer it, right?
mhm.
So basically, if we back up a couple points, one, anybody with sin deserves to be torched. That means babies deserve to be torched. Because you said that they're born with the sin. So do they get torched?
No, I don't think babies will be torched because, again, I don't think that they will be judged the way you and I are judged.
But they have sin. You said even one
Yeah,
sin.
and I said it's predicated on two things. When
So
we
the
were
rule
talking just
applies except for when the rule doesn't apply.
Well, when we were talking just prior, I thought that we were talking about someone like you and I. I'm saying if it is a baby, I don't think that they will receive or they will go to hell.
But according to the rules that you're explaining, they would. And so we're trying to understand why you're giving an exception for babies when you've made the rules clear.
No, I'm not giving an exception for babies. I'm saying that my ultimate view is predicated on two facts. One being that someone had to have heard the name of Jesus in order to be held to the same standard. Another fact is that if someone is sinful, they will go to hell. These two things is what ultimately sends someone to heaven or hell. Someone like you and I are held to both of these standards because we have heard the name of Jesus and we're sinful people. Someone like a baby only applies to one of those standards. They're sinful.
So
That does
then
not
God
mean that they
can be
qualify
around
for two things.
sin, right? Like God can be around sin
Yeah, it
then
sounds
because
like
the
it could.
baby's sinful.
Hmm.
No, because God ultimately died for their sins. Jesus ultimately died for their sins.
What, did he have to? He could have just, like, forgiven it.
Yeah, but forgiven it, and then what would ultimately be forgiven if we don't realize that we're sinful?
Does the baby realize
But
they're
babies
sinful?
aren't sinful.
Okay, maybe I'll just take back the point that I think that babies are sinful.
Fair enough.
But like
Now,
I think at
what about
some
like
point,
what about like young people? What about someone who's
yeah,
like
that's what I was
13 or
just about to bring
14?
up.
You know, they know about Jesus. They know a little bit of right and wrong, but they're like, the Jesus thing, I don't think so. It doesn't make sense to me. So I'm not, I don't believe in this thing because it doesn't make sense. They die. Let's imagine that they actually lived they tried their hardest to be honest and do everything wrong. Let's imagine they've only committed 5 sins, and they're all venial sins. They're all like, I lied about chewing gum in class. Do they deserve to get torched?
I don't think that they deserve to get torched, no, but I think that God holds them to a standard that if they were comprehensive enough or they had the conscious developments or capabilities to understand what God means, what Jesus means, and what sin means, and what hell means, and what heaven means, I think that they will face punishment. Yes, I do believe that.
But you just said that they don't deserve to be torched, but they're going to get it anyways.
I mean, I would like to assume that no. Like, if I was personally a God, I would not have people be sent to hell for eternity. But I do think that there needs to be some sort
Why?
of punishment that exists in order to create a fair system.
Like what? What kind of punishment would you institute?
I mean, if someone chooses to deny Jesus, that means that they ultimately do not want a relationship with him. So I think that there would be
No, it
just be
doesn't.
sent to a place that is separate from.
It's not
You
what
don't
that
think so?
means. No, it just means they don't believe in something. As it turns out, you don't just choose what you believe. You're either convinced by something or you're not. I'm convinced that Santa Claus doesn't exist, not because I chose to, but because it's just obvious. I'm convinced that Jesus is dead because it's just obvious. It has nothing to do with my decisions.
Hmm. I also would like to think that God knows your heart. So if you're simply rejecting the fact that Jesus is not real because you want to not believe in changing your life and having to live a quote unquote sinless life, even though Christians don't live sinless lives, I think that's
Oh, you did
different
it
than
again.
from not simply believing in the facts that were presented to you.
John, you just did it again. You're just accusing people who don't believe of having bad motives.
No, I'm saying that there's different
You
motives for why
understand that
people don't
people
believe.
come in all different varieties, and most people who don't believe are literally just not convinced. In fact, there's this weird
And
talking point in church, like people choose to stop believing because they want to sin. What a ludicrous thing. Literally, being in the faith is the thing that allows you to sin as much as you want. It's crazy to think that people don't want to be Christians just because they don't want to sin.
I don't think that's true on a regular basis. You could even
That's
pull up
true.
statistics about atheists and Christians and how much they give within certain communities, how likely they are to foster and adopt, how likely they are to donate to
Is
certain
not giving a
organizations,
sin?
nonprofits.
How
Or
No,
likely
I'm
they
just
are to
saying
go to
like
jail?
I'm just saying that if we
yeah,
look at
there's
even
way more religious
statistics,
people in jail.
people within Christianity, I'm saying that the amount of good things that Christianity has been able to do for communities that are literally broken, I don't think that an atheist could go in there and preach a message that would give people that same hope
Why do
and
you
that
think
same feeling.
preaching is if there is a community that is, quote, broken, why do you think
hmm
preaching would be the answer rather than helping them?
Because I think that in order for a society to thrive, there needs to be some sort of binding factor that brings people together. And I think that religion can play that part. And in order for a society to be ultimately helped, there needs to be some cohesion within that society. And I think that people believing in a figure like Jesus, that is the ultimate figure of hope and salvation, can lead people to a better, more progressive society.
Progressive in what way? Jesus said to follow the law of Moses. How's that
Do we
progressive?
still follow the law of Moses?
Did Jesus tell you to?
We're still following the law of Moses
Some of them, yeah. Some Christians do. But that's not my question. My question
in the
is,
Old
what did Jesus
Testament.
tell
He
you to
told me
do?
to.
Because Jesus, because Jesus said to follow the law. In fact, Yahweh said to follow the law forever, which means Jesus and Yahweh agree. Did you not read Matthew when
Hmm.
Jesus said to follow the law? You'll be least in the kingdom if you don't. I can pull
Sure.
it up.
So I just have to ask you a question since you guys have been asking me questions the whole time. I have a question for you guys. So if you think that a society, you have two societies, these are hypotheticals. You have one society that two societies are broken. They're trying to figure out how they will move forward in life. One, you can go to them and say that, hey, things are things. We just need to move forward, and there really is no end all be all purpose. You guys just are here. You have suffered, and ultimately, your suffering is okay because we're just a mere product of evolution. And in the end, we will die, and that's that. Or you go to the society
Why
and you
would you
say,
think
hey,
we would
guys,
say any of
your
that?
suffering will one day, because
LARPing
that's
as
what
an
you believe.
atheist
You
is
wouldn't
always
tell them what you believe.
embarrassing. That's not what we
You
believe.
wouldn't
How
tell
about
them
you
what you
ask them what we
believe.
believe? How about you ask them what we
Do
believe?
you believe that when you die, nothing else will happen?
Yeah, we're dead. We're gone.
Okay. Do you believe that suffering is a mere product of evolution?
No.
No?
Suffering is just an inevitable quality of the fact that life exists and we're conscious. If we weren't conscious, we wouldn't be able to suffer. So
This is
if
a
we
really
lost our
long
ability
way.
to, Mhm.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, it's
I
good.
was just going to say, this is a really long way around, like, not acknowledging the fact that Jesus told you to follow the law.
Okay, so you're not
Yeah,
answering
it
my
is
question.
actually.
Thanks. I appreciate that.
So, do you want to talk about what Justin asked you first?
Okay, so thanks for neither of you guys answering my questions. He says that I can ask you that in the meantime while he pulls up the verse. So that's what I was doing.
Oh, I
So,
already had the
if
verse.
you do, like, have you ever, when you think about like community outreach and community interventions, is your impression that if you want to help a community, you stand up in front of the community and tell them what to do?
I think you stand up to that community and you give them hope, an unwavering hope that lasts beyond trials and tribulations.
I don't think you have then done any community outreach that isn't missionary work. I would encourage you to maybe do some research on community intervention and what types of interventions are actually helpful
I've
for communities.
I've done very much community intervention. I'm doing economics and I look at the economics behind communities and why they are hurting and ways to implement economic policies to help them thrive. And you can thrive economically, but if there's some unwavering thing that is in within you that you're struggling each and every day, I think only Jesus can provide that hope. So you can go into a community and you can help them prosper economically, but I don't think that the community can ever truly prosper if they have not heard the message of Jesus.
So they prosper without prospering.
Yeah, how does that work?
Yes. How
So
do you
there's like no
prosper
rich
without prospering?
Muslims?
I'm saying that
He
you can
thinks
prosper
Muslims
in
just
a
don't
sense.
really count.
I'm saying that there is two levels of prospering. You can prosper in a material sense and you can have everything that you've ever wanted, but deep down there will always be something missing. And I think Jesus provides that comfort. He provides that ultimate source of that one thing that is missing. And I think that other religions are able to provide people with that same sense. But just because another religion provides someone with that same sense of belonging, doesn't necessarily mean that it's true. That's why we ultimately have to decipher which one has more evidence.
Well, I don't think there's any evidence for Christianity. In fact, I think the evidence that we're given is like the weakest possible evidence, but I also don't understand how it's comforting to believe in a God that claims he loves you, but then will literally light you on fire just because you're imperfect, even though you actually can't help it. He designed you to be imperfect. That to me is crazy.
Mm. So what made you think that way? Because for a long time, weren't you a Christian? So what made you have that realization?
This is logical. I was
So
brainwashed as
before
a
you were
child
illogical?
to think that this was normal.
But you seem to have cured it because didn't you go on to seminary school?
Hmm.
So you were brainwashed then?
No.
Then
You're
why did you
once you become
study
an
it?
adult, you have to understand that you're not brainwashed. Brainwashing is what happens when you're like growing up. I mean, you could brainwash an
So
adult; it's just much harder.
so for the people that I've come across, international students at my university who had never heard the name of Jesus, they stepped into a church and heard about his life, his burial, and his resurrection, and that their sins could be forgiven. Are they also brainwashed because they now believe?
No, I didn't say that where I said I was. It's weird how you just keep
Okay. So
assuming like things about my words that
so
I
you
didn't
don't think
say.
that
So I'm
so
not
you
saying
don't think that
that
all
every
people
Christian
come to
was brainwashed.
Christianity because they were brainwashed? Okay.
No, it's just like a majority of them. So it's it's not the
Huh.
point though. The point is pretty simple, which is it doesn't make sense, right? The reason why
Mhm.
most people are in some kind of a religion is because they grew up in a society that believed in that religion and they were surrounded by it. The number one predictor overall of what your religion is going to be is where you grew up. That's just a cold hard fact. And I grew up in an area where Christianity
Yeah.
reigned supreme, and almost everybody was a Christian, even if they were nominal Christians. That's why I was a Christian. Obviously, I have a deep curiosity and a need to learn, which is why I got so deep into it. But once I found out that it was nonsense, obviously I got out. Now, the evidence for Christianity to me is the reason I got out. Now, obviously, there's some logical issues like God being just or the Trinity. Those things, like, you can find ways around them. The problems with Christianity, the ones that you can't find ways around, are like in actually interpreting the New Testament and how they get to use the Old Testament and the contradictions between the two. So the Old Testament said to follow the law forever. Paul said, nope, don't follow the law. Don't even get circumcised. The Old Testament said that in the end times, when the final thing comes around, God's law, the law given to Moses, is still going to be practiced. So that's just a huge contradiction. It also said that the Messiah is going to live in the land and is going to preserve the Israelites. He's going to rescue them. He's going to save them. He's going to bring them back from their homeland. He's going to reinstitute temple sacrifices again, and he's going to defeat all of Israel's enemies. Now, Jesus didn't do any of this stuff. In fact, Jesus did zero things that were actually predicted in the Old Testament. If you read the New Testament, the things that Jesus did, half of them aren't prophecies. And the ones that are, it's actually clear that he didn't fulfill them if you just go back and read them.
Hmm. You just gave me so much evidence, or I meant so much talking points that it's kind of hard for me to pick out one exactly.
Oh, pick your favorite.
So you're So you're saying that he didn't, um, the prophecies that he stated within the Bible, none of them came true?
No, but most of them weren't even prophecies. Like John 13:18 is one that Jesus specifically mentions, and it's certainly not a prophecy. So, in reference to Judas, he says, "I'm not speaking of all of you. I know whom I've chosen, but it is to fulfill the scripture. The one who ate my bread has lifted his heel against me." You would expect now in the Hebrew Bible, we'd find a quote from a prophet saying that there's going to be a Messiah, the Messiah is going to be betrayed, he's going to be betrayed by one of his close fellows, something like that. Like there should be something. But that's not what we find at all. This is a quotation from Psalm 41. When did Psalm 41 become a prophecy?
I'm not sure.
It's
I'm
not.
not. I'm
It's
not
a
even
lamentation of
familiar with this
David.
specific prophecy.
Right.
Wait, I
So it
thought I
says
thought that there
to the
was a
leader,
prophecy
a
in the
psalm of
Bible that
David.
said that Jesus would be portrayed.
No,
You
no,
can
no,
keep
not
going.
one.
Sorry.
Not at all. It's okay. So oops, sorry. This, there we go. This is just a lamentation of David, and it says, "Happy are those who consider the poor. The Lord delivers them in the day of trouble." He doesn't. "The Lord protects them and keeps them alive." He doesn't. And if you keep reading, the person speaking says, "My enemies wonder in malice when I will die and my name perish." And back in verse 4, he says, "Look, heal me, for I have sinned against you." Who's ever speaking is obviously a sinner. It's obviously King David, which is why when you get to verse 9 and it says, "Even my close friend in whom I've trusted, who ate of my bread, has lifted the heel against me," like, oh, it's not a prophecy. This King David writing a typical King David lamentation. There's no prophecy here. So the
Mm.
New Testament authors had to like literally make up prophecies for Jesus to be the Messiah.
So I can't really have much dialogue with you here because you could literally say anything and I'd probably agree with it because you have a lot more information. But what do you say to the theist, the apologetics, and someone like agnostic? I know even Alex O'Connor would give credit to some of the prophecies. He doesn't necessarily know how they came true. But like, what do you say to those people who have the quote unquote evidence like you're portraying, but reach different conclusions? Would you just say that their conclusions are wrong? Like you don't believe in a single
Oh,
prophecy was
they're
fulfilling in the
wrong.
Bible?
Not even no, not by Jesus, no.
Not by Jesus, no. Okay.
And
So
I
from
can
a
prove it.
quick
Like,
search,
I'm not just saying it because it sounds cool.
but what do you say to the people who don't even aren't necessarily even Christians and are giving saying that these things are true? And it's not like they're just saying it because they're Christians.
Which
Like they're
Christian
just
said that
simply
Jesus
saying,
fulfilled the messianic prophecies? Or I mean, which atheist said that?
I mean, I watched the video with Alex O'Connor where he was talking about some of the prophecies. I've also watched what's the
Does
guys that
Alex
Alex O'Connor.
O'Connor have any actual expertise in reading the Bible? He
I
was
mean, he does
never a
it
religious
quite
or a
often.
Christian. He's been atheist all his life. Why would I think
He
that his opinion
studied
on the
he
Bible
s- he
matters?
studied he studied theism in Oxford.
No, not the Bible. He studied philosophy.
No, he also studied
His degree was in
I
philosophy.
no, he double majored. Let me look it up what he also studied.
He does not have a degree in biblical studies. He has no credentials for interpreting the Bible.
Philosophy and theology. But he heavily spends his time dedicated to the works of the Bible. He doesn't even agree with the Bible, but he does give some credit to specific uh prophecies. So from a
Name
quick
one, and
search,
I'll tell
this
you
is
why it's not a
from
real prophecy.
I feel like he mentioned what let me switch to this.
Oh,
There's
he
something
did
in
his theology
Isaiah.
degree in 2021. I didn't realize he went back to school. Oh, so he went back to school. I didn't know that. Okay, now I know.
I think he went to Oxford. Actually,
Yeah.
I'm trying to host him at my university, so we'll see if that happens. But it was a verse in Isaiah
Uh-huh.
about uh, the the great fall, or shoot, I'm trying to remember what it was. I watched this Maybe like 2 months ago. Let me try to look it up.
Hmm.
Isaiah. Okay. Oh, okay. The fall of Babylon. It was
Oh,
Isaiah
that's not
13,
5 2.
17, 19 through
13 and
20, I
14.
think it was. This is
Hmm.
not quote unquote exactly because I'm pretty sure because I remember it being the fall of something. This is the fall of Babylon, and it's also remember it being Isaiah, and this is Isaiah, but it's Isaiah 13, 17, 19 verses 19 through 20, and then the
What did Jesus do
verse
here?
that this is just a prophecy.
No, we're talking about the ones that Jesus fulfilled.
So why does a prophecy that doesn't have to do with Jesus not important if it's still a prophecy?
Because we're talking about Christianity, not Judaism.
Wait, but is Isaiah in the Christian Bible?
Yeah, but
It is.
Isaiah could still be
Yeah, it is.
true and Christianity could still be false. You
Wait,
understand
so
that
you would
what
agree
I'm
that
telling
there's
you right now, what I'm telling you right now, a Jew could tell you as well. Like you don't have to be an atheist to hold this position.
so you don't think that just because it falls outside of the realms of Christianity and prophecies exist outside that context, you would still deem them not to be true?
Which ones are you talking about?
Like
We're
do you
talking specifically about the ones concerning the Messiah.
Yeah, but I'm saying why do you not grant value to the ones that are not referring to the Messiah?
Oh, easy, because
Like
they're
why would you
generic and
not
they also exist in the Babylonian and the Assyrian literature. Like, first of all, most of chapter 13
Okay.
and 14 were written already after the fall of Babylon. So that's not impressive. We have no manuscripts that predate the fall of Babylon. There's no good reason to think that this was written before the fall of Babylon. And second Isaiah and third Isaiah, we know for a fact, was subsequently written way after Isaiah was already dead, almost 200 years after Isaiah was dead. So we know this was a compilation over a long period of time. So it seems to me that the thing that fits this best is one of two things. Either somebody wrote it after the fall of Babylon, or number two, they took a good guess right before Babylon was going to fall, which is happens a lot in the ancient world. I've got a bunch of prophecies from non-Christian and Jewish sources that do the same geopolitical guesses. And the ones who got a couple of them right, they're the ones that usually get saved in a book somewhere.
I see.
Like it was pretty obvious that they were going to fall. At the end of the Babylonian Empire, the king had been gone for a little over 7 years. The festivals had stopped. The sacrifices to Marduk had stopped. They weren't even doing the New Year festival anymore. Like you could have like walked in there with a fucking football team and took it over. Like, yeah, the Medes
Mm,
marching westward was going to fuck them up. Anyone could have guessed that.
okay, I see. Did you think I was initially gonna mention the verse Isaiah 7:14?
No, I assumed you were going to mention 53.
Okay. Can we talk about Isaiah 7 verse 14, the one about the virgin birth?
Yeah, sure. What about it?
Okay. So Isaiah says, "Behold, a virgin shall conceive and bear a son, and shall call his name Emmanuel." And then in Matthew 1:22 verses 23, they cite this directly
23.
as fulfilled in Jesus'
Yeah.
birth.
Yeah. Show me the part in verse 14 where there's a virgin. Because my text says, therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child. Why do you think they disagree?
Give you a sign the virgin. So I'm not sure which one mine is. If it's NIV, ESV. Oh yeah, mine is NIV. So you're saying that you
Hmm.
disagree, or you're asking me where it says virgin?
Yeah.
That's just
Why
what
does
my
yours say
Bible. That's just
virgin
what
and
my
mine not?
different
Yeah,
translation.
but
So
why
we'd
do you
have to
think that
look
is?
at
Why do you
the.
think they're different? You got it. We'd have to look at the
I
original
mean,
language. What do you think we're going to find when we look at the
yeah,
original language?
probably your point. That says with son,
Yeah.
with child.
Yeah. It's going to say ha'omahara, which means a pregnant young woman. So the
So the
question you have to ask
Emmanuel part.
yourself is, mhm, what about it?
You a sign. So yeah, what is this ultimately referring to then? Like what
Oh,
child
easy. It's
being
referring
born
to
is
one of
this
the sons
referring
of
to?
Isaiah. It's referring to the child in chapter 8 that's born to Isaiah. So all of
And they name him
Isaiah's
Emmanuel.
sons, there's 3 of them that show up in this section. They have
Hmm.
prophetic names, all 3 of them. And 2 of them are acting like timelines, meaning they're something is going to happen before the child is X number of years old. And I'll show you the thing that's going to happen. The thing that's going to happen is that God's going to follow through with his promise. So the first thing that Isaiah ends with in his first prophecy is, if you do not stand firm in faith, you shall not stand at all. Why is that? Because he's being attacked. Ahaz, the king of the Judeans, being attacked by his neighbors to the north, his own Hebrew brethren. They've made an alliance with the Arameans, and they want to take him off the throne and put somebody on the throne who's more favorable to their alliance. And so he's afraid that the kingdom's going to fall. And so Isaiah is sent by God to send him a message of hope. And then he gets sent a second time. It says, again, the Lord spoke to Ahaz, saying, ask a sign of the Lord your God, and let it be as deep as Sheol or as high as heaven. But Ahaz said, I will not ask, and I will not put the Lord to the test. Then Isaiah said, hear then, O house of David, is it too little for you to weary mortals, that you weary my God also? Therefore the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child and shall bear a son, and shall name him Emmanuel. He shall eat curds and honey by the time he knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good. For before the child knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good, the land before whose 2 kings you are in dread will be deserted. So the prophecy is to the living king, and it says, before this child over here is old enough to know right from wrong, those 2 kings are going to get wiped out. It's pretty simple. It has nothing to do with Jesus' time period at all.
All right, keep it up for a second.
Mhm.
Mm, I see.
Yeah.
So do you think that
So like
people
when
just draw these
you and I were growing up, sorry to interrupt, but when you and I were growing up, this was like people would bring us these verses and say, "Ah, it's a direct fulfillment." No, it's not. It's not a direct fulfillment.
Well, not when I was growing up. I didn't go to church. I only recently started going to
No,
church in
fair
university.
enough. Fair enough. But whoever is teaching you about the religion probably told you that these are like direct prophecies about Jesus, and they're actually just not. In fact, if you look through most of the scholarly literature, you'll find that all of the prophecies about Jesus are either some kind of partial fulfillment or typology or some other nonsense that you wouldn't accept in any other religion. Like the idea that, well, Jesus fulfilled it spiritually. Well, what the hell does that mean? Well, it means he just did something vaguely passingly familiar to what the text says. Like, that doesn't do anything for me. Did he actually fulfill it or not? Well, the answer is no every time.
Do you think that there's even partial fulfillments or not even partial fulfillments?
I think partial fulfillments would be unfulfilled prophecies. If God says something's going to happen X, Y, and Z, and you only do Y, well, you didn't fulfill the prophecy, then, did you?
Hmm. What about the verse that talks about being Jesus being betrayed of silver? I'm not sure the exact ones, but I remember in apologetics mentioning that verse.
Actually,
I think it's in Zechariah.
this is one of my favorites. Yeah. This is Matthew 27. I'll pull it up.
I thought
I
it
think
was
Matthew 27
Zechariah.
illustrates a really good point. Well, that's where Matthew. I'll fill you in on the Zechariah bit. Okay, so Matthew 27:9, it says, "Then was fulfilled what had been spoken through the prophet Jeremiah, and they took 30 pieces of silver, the price of the one on whom a price had been set, on whom some of the people of Israel had set a price, and they gave them for the potter's field as the Lord commanded me." Oh, interesting. So we should, first of all, be able to go to Jeremiah and find this quote. You're already ahead of me, I think. You said it's not in Jeremiah, is it? It's in Zechariah, isn't it?
I think it's in Zechariah.
It is, yeah, Zechariah chapter 11. Now Okay, I think the feed's gonna be up here in just a second. You guys can still hear me on TikTok? Oh, I gotta restart my projector. 1 second. There we
Oh, there
go.
we go. I was gonna say I can hear you, but I couldn't see you, but now I can see you.
Sorry, I forgot to restart that. Yeah. Okay, everyone can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Cool. All right. We'll make sure. I'm gonna turn the audio on vertical real quick. See if I can hear myself. Yep, I can hear myself on vertical now, so we should be good. Sorry about that, friends. So, John, we'll wrap it up on the last talking point that we're on right now, which is the evidence for God. Do you think that there's a compelling reason to believe in some God, any God at all?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Sure. What do you think the
I
evidence
believe
is?
that. Yeah. So the two main beliefs that I have for why I believe in a God is I don't think that order can come out of chaos. I don't think that a random explosion or something that happened without some greater purpose or design could have created things like universal constants, or it could created life, or it could have created the processes for evolution and there ultimately being conscious beings as you and I. But one of the main reasons that I believe in a God is because I think that everything that exists is either contingent or necessary, and that's my main argument.
I thought you'd have a philosophical argument in somewhere. Only people who like philosophy use the word predicate unless you're a fan of grammar. So, let me show you something real
I
quick.
don't know much philosophy.
That's all right.
It's pretty cool
It was pretty chaotic when I shook it up. Why are they sorting?
because of the chemical processes that have been set in place by the world in which we live.
Well, just because of the way physics works, right? We've got things like gravity, density, things like that, right? So, like, why do you need a source of intelligence for the laws of physics, or rather, just for physics to do what physics does?
Because I think that physics is ultimately an absolute truth. In order for absolute, like, I think there's two different types of truths. You won't agree with the second one. I think there are truths that exist within nature. So, like the laws of gravity, like you're saying, but I don't think that those truths can come about randomly. Like, I don't think that two plus
Well,
two
I don't think
equals
truth
four.
exists, to be sure. Like when you don't think truth exists in the way that would use truth in the everyday sense.
Your mic
What is
just went
going on with you?
really low and really high. Uh-oh. It's a fun
Oh
Oops.
cartoon.
shoot! What happened to
Sorry about
him?
that.
He
I'll fix it.
You sound so low.
Right now?
got
It's
it in
like
my lap.
this.
Oh, now you're high.
Fucking A, I might keep it. Oh no, don't do that.
Amazing. Oh, I can
Okay,
see you now.
that should even out.
Yeah, it's
I
better.
had to refresh. I forgot to when I refreshed the screen. I forgot to open up my my guest box for YouTube. It's open now. But John, I don't understand why we need a God for any of this, right? So I know you're probably going to appeal to some sort of contingency argument and like things like
Hmm.
that, but I don't think those are actual problems for my worldview. Like, for example, it seems to be the case that the universe itself is necessary and that it always existed. There's no good compelling reason to think that it just popped into existence. If it did, even if,
Hmm.
if that were true, I don't see why a god would be required for that. Because all you've done
So
now
you,
is beg the question, well, why did God come into existence?
I don't think that God came into existence. So do you think that there was a start to the universe or no?
No, I don't.
Okay, and what evidence do you have to believe that to be the case? Because from my studies, or from my very simple studies that I've done, it seems like the general consensus within the scientific community was that there was a start to the universe.
It's actually not the consensus. In fact, I've got a recent
No.
survey, if you want to see it. They don't believe that. I understand that that's what other theists would want you to believe, but that's actually not the case. So like the universe itself went through a rapid expansion. We call that the Big Bang, but it wasn't a situation where there was nothing and then something came into being. Were there people that used to believe that? Sure. Yeah, when the concept was brand new, there certainly were some people who believed that. There's some people who had to take a long time, decades, wrestling with the idea before they realized, oh, actually, it makes more sense to think that the universe has just always existed. And it's not a completely new view. Certain Greek philosophers believed it too. But that's my view, and I think the evidence is pretty clear. You can't get something from nothing. We have something, therefore there was never nothing. It's just logically true. The other reason we would assume is because we can explain a universe existing forever without like meeting any problems. Like there's nothing in the worldview that would break it, right? So it's coherent. We also
Hmm.
have data from the DESI data, the dark instrument or dark energy spectroscopy, whatever. I'll remember the last letter later, but it shows that the acceleration rate of the expansion is actually either slowing down or not uniform, which would lead one to believe that it's possible that the universe is went through bangs and busts or cycles even, which again would line up with the idea that the universe is eternal. Now, the evidence for the universe having a beginning, I don't know of any evidence for that. Not one piece of evidence.
I'm interested to see the survey that you mentioned. Do you have that on hand? Or no?
Yeah, yeah, I'll
It's
pull it up.
fine if you don't. I would just, it's not
Actually,
like it's proving
all
your
I do is
disproving your point. I would just be curious for myself.
yeah, no, I actually do have it. I've got the original. I've got a like a little piece of like a video, not video, image clip from it. But I also do have a link over here to the full paper, so you can read the paper for yourself. But I'll grab both of them for you. For anyone who's got the DZ cheat sheet, under resources, you'll find a link in here for this particular topic. It's the Copenhagen survey on black holes and fundamental physics. That's the survey we were looking for. Cool. Put that in there. And then let me show you the image real quick. Where did I save that damn
If
thing?
it's too hard to pull up, you don't have to pull it up.
No, I got it. Don't worry about it. All right. I'm going to grab it real quick off my desktop and put it right on the screen. Not a problem. I use this particular survey so much I probably should just like permanently attach it to my studio. But in the Copenhagen survey, you'll find quite a few questions, and this is the one about like what's the concept of like the beginning of time as it relates to the Big Bang. And the question is, in your opinion, how should we understand the Big Bang? And the options were an absolute beginning of time with a singularity at its start, an absolute beginning of time without a singularity, a theory that says the universe evolved from a hot dense state that says nothing about whether there was an absolute beginning of time or not, or other, and people who have no opinion. And the vast majority of answers came in as a theory that says the universe evolved from a hot, dense state that says nothing about whether there was an absolute beginning of time or not. So the general idea on the Big Bang is that it doesn't actually entail a start of time or the universe. It's the start of the expansion.
But do you have any idea of what percent of scientists, people studying this, would believe that the universe is eternal? Like, just to conclude
I
that
don't know
people
if that
don't necessarily.
survey I don't
Yeah,
know
it
if
probably
that
doesn't
survey
exist
exists,
yet. Hmm.
but I've not met a physicist yet that thinks, at least in the modern day, that thinks that the universe just came into existence at the Big Bang.
Hmm. So, if an eternal universe exists, that would mean that there is an infinite amount of energy or transferable energy that exists within the universe. otherwise we would have reached a heat death. So do you believe that heat death,
No.
which I think that the general consensus would be that we would reach heat death. I've seen that like everywhere. Like every textbooks I ever read about this would talk
I
about heat death.
I don't think that either of those points are necessarily true. If your textbook is telling you that a heat death is determined, then it's got to be like a Bob Jones University textbook. The heat death would only happen seemingly if the universe was never going to collapse, or if, say, the gravitational field got weaker, or if dark energy continued to accelerate forever, or perhaps if let's see, what else would cause it? Or if there actually was a beginning, right? If there was a beginning where it started in a ball and then it expanded so rapidly and it's never going to come back, that is certainly possible. But there's no like confirmed data that any of that is the case. The only data we can go by right now is the DESI data. That's about all we have. Now, the heat death, it basically just means eventually all of the like the cosmic bodies are going to be so far away from each other that they can't transfer any energy, and eventually they'll just
Mhm.
freeze. And then it doesn't. So that'll be a huge problem.
So if there's no if heat death is true and there's no longer transferable energy, then why won't we have already reached that state if the universe is eternal? So would you have to then assume underneath your
Because there's no
worldview that the
beginning.
universe is eternal?
That's what I
But
told
it
you. The
doesn't
universe
matter if
is
there's
eternal. Like that's my position.
and what allows you to assume that position?
I just told you the DESI data, and logically, nothing can't come from something. Nothingness has no causal power.
Yeah, but how can the universe be the necessary thing?
How can God be the necessary thing? It just is. It's a brute fact.
Because God exists outside of time. Something that is within time and
Why would you
is
think that?
within time of the because we live within time and the universe is within our region
So,
of being. So that means that the universe is created within our time. Something would exist like the rules of
so what?
soccer have to come from outside. They can't merely form. The rules of soccer can't merely form within the realms of soccer. Just as the universe cannot
But
the universe, if it's
that's not
necessary,
how
ultimately has
physics
to.
work. Physics aren't like looking at a rule list. Like nothing in the universe is looking at the laws and saying, "Oh, I can't do this." When we call them laws, it's not that they're controlling the universe. They're laws just because they're constants. This seems to be constant. Like even some of these laws can be broken on the quantum level, which is pretty wild.
Hmm. So you're just saying that we're ultimately assuming that the universe is eternal because things need an
No,
explanation.
saying we have data for it.
And- But the data seems pretty weak in my opinion. If one of the main pieces of evidence is that
Well,
we're
then give
ultimately
well then give me the data that it had a beginning.
I think that okay would be the contingent argument. I
See,
think that
that's the
everything
point. Like, I agree. There's not a lot of data that talks about the lifespan of the universe, but there's zero data that mentions the beginning or confirms the beginning of the universe.
because there has to be a beginning in order for us to have reached the point of
Why?
today. If you have an infinite line
Well, it's
of
not true.
dots, right? If you have an infinite line of dots, imagine this, we could have never reached this dot because there's infinite dots prior to us. So today would not even
Yeah,
be a
because you're
thing
making
because there's
category error. Yeah, because you're making a
what's the
category error.
category?
You can't start from infinity because infinity doesn't have a starting point.
Exactly.
Every point that you
So
start
if
from is
things
going to be finite. Like there's an infinite amount of numbers, but you can always go from 1 to 2.
And wouldn't your God have the exact same problem?
and because he was outside of
Well,
time
he thinks that God's
and he
outside of
brought
time, which is
Right.
even more
I
absurd.
forgot that. Yeah, that has its own problems. You're right. Go ahead.
wait, do you think that wait, didn't most Christians not hold that view? that he's outside of time, or do they? That's actually a
I would say
question.
most. Yeah, most do. They shouldn't,
Most
but they
Christians
do.
do. But I feel like that's the only thing that makes logical sense to me, because if something exists outside of
Why?
time, it's because everything within the material world is described predicated on something that comes before it. So in order for something to be a necessary
No, it's
truth,
not.
it has to exist outside of time in order to bring those things into existence.
There's no such thing as a
Otherwise, you just have an
necessary
infinite.
truth. Truth doesn't exist.
You
Truth
don't
is
think
a
that anything
process we
is.
engage in. It's evaluating something.
Wait, so you don't think that necessary truths exist?
Like there's no. I don't think truths exist. Like you can't put truth in a bucket. It's not a thing that has ontology. When something is true, it just means
Huh.
it matches reality. The proposition being made matches reality. Therefore, it's true. It doesn't mean that there's some like fundamental truth value in the universe.
So you think that in order for something to be true, it has to match reality. That's what I also agree. I agree with that. So you do believe in truth.
Yeah, but that's
You
just
just
an
you just said you didn't.
evaluation. What I'm saying is that's a process, not a thing. Like
Okay,
science is a process
sure.
you engage in, but it's not a thing. You can't hold science. You can't look at science. It's not a real thing. It's a process.
Okay. So if you believe in contingent things, do you believe in contingent things?
I do believe in contingent things, but I don't think that the universe
Okay.
is contingent. That would be a composition fallacy.
Okay, so if you believe that things exist within the universe, within the material world, that are contingent, and if there is an infinite line of
Mhm.
contingent things, what ultimately brings about those
Mhm.
contingent things?
They're infinite. They don't come about, just like God.
But a chain. No, but that's the distinguishing factor, because of chain and infinite. Just because, let's just imagine you have 10 contingent things, right? 10 contingent things.
Hmm.
If you go back to the very first contingent thing, and if there's 10 of them, that means that those things simply don't describe themselves. There ultimately has to be something necessary in order to describe their existence. If we equate those 10 things
Are they
and assume
finite
that there's an
or infinite?
they're well,
Is 10
of course they're
finite? It sounds
finite.
finite to me.
They're finite,
Well,
yes.
we're talking about infinites, not finites.
But just because you push the problem to
Everything in an
infinity doesn't
infinite
mean that
chain
it
is
takes.
explained by the thing before it.
No. Come on. There
Pretty
come
simple.
on. If you have a chain
Hmm.
if you have a this is my problem. This is my biggest problem. Is that people will go so far out of the way to simply just say that there is no God, that you'll have a contingent, I mean an infinite
Here comes the cope.
chain. And yeah, this
This is
is
a
actually
wild cope.
coping. I'm not gonna. This is coping, but like I feel like if I had to look at honestly and openly, I've never heard the name about Jesus, and I had to decide if something outside of time brought something into existence, it is ultimately the necessary being that caused the things within the material world to exist, or I had to believe that
Hmm.
within the universe there is an infinite thing of contingent things. I said that badly,
You know we have
and that
mathematical proof for it, right?
ultimately they're described that there's an infinite
You
line of
understand that
contingent
there are
things.
mathematical models for this universe that like work. Can you show me a mathematical model for God?
No, and I think that's the problem. Like people will never believe, even if there's evidence for it, they would never believe it simply because there's not a model that
Well,
can
what's the
describe it.
evidence?
But there are models.
Well, what's the evidence? I
The
haven't heard any yet.
evidence is that there can the evidence for why I disagree with you is simply because there cannot be a chain of infinite contingent things. They cannot be
Why
described
not?
by the chain prior.
Why not?
Because what ultimately brought them
Still waiting for an
into
answer. Why not?
existence? Because what's the
There is
absolute
no coming into
thing that brought
existence. They
them? Then
existed forever.
what's the necessary? What's the
They didn't come
necessary
into
thing though that brought
existence. I
them?
just told you. I just told you universe is necessary.
But that doesn't solve the problem. You're just pushing it
Yeah, it
back.
does.
That doesn't ultimately
Yeah, it
solve the
does.
problem. No, it
No, it
doesn't.
didn't. The universe is necessary. Yeah, it is. What's the problem? It's
The
crazy.
universe
I
is
say that the
necessary.
universe is necessary, knowing that the universe actually exists, and this guy thinks a magic man that is somehow outside of space and time caused it to come into existence, and I'm the one that's
Yes, that is what
crazy?
I believe. Because a necessary thing can't come within the bounds of what it like. In order for something to be necessary, it has to have the authority to bring something into existence. You can't bring something
No,
into
it's not. That's not what
existence
necessary
if you are
means.
bound by the
That's not what
realms.
necessary means.
What does necessary mean?
That's not what necessary means. Somebody lied to you. Necessary
No,
means it
I
couldn't be
asked.
any other
I
way.
asked what it means. Okay, it
But
couldn't
then
be any
someone
other
lied
way.
to you.
Yes. No, that's why.
Hmm.
That's I was asking. I didn't say that is what it means. I was asking what it means. That's also my impression of what necessary means,
Hmm.
is that it can't be any other way. So
Right. And I think that
how
the
can the
universe is necessary.
universe? But it could be another way. There could be one more atom
In
or
which
one
way?
less atom.
You think the universe could not
There could.
exist? Do you think I'm not talking about the elements, I'm talking about the universe. Again, you're about to conflate the elements of something with the entire set. That's a composition fallacy.
Did we lose him?
Can you hear me right now?
It, yeah, I think the audio just got
Can you
a
hear me
little bit
now?
delayed coming through. That's all. Yeah, we can hear you.
I was getting a phone call. Um.
Oh, well, that would explain it.
Um.
So the point is, a composition fallacy is when you assume that the set itself takes on the properties of the elements in the set. I'm not saying that the elements in the set are necessary. I'm saying that the universe, the absolute set, is necessary. Just like you think that God is, responsible for everything, and everything that He created is somehow contingent, except the thing that created it isn't contingent. Like, I agree. There probably is something that is necessary, and I think it's the thing that we know for a fact already exists.
But how could that thing exist inside of time, the time that we live in? Like, in order for something to be
How could it
necessary,
not?
it would have to be, because it would have to be able to bring about something.
So, John, in order to
No,
bring
no, it
about
always
something,
existed. Go ahead,
that
Sarah.
would require time, right? So, if
Mm-hmm.
just God existed and then at some
Mm-hmm.
point God created something, that means that there's a before and an after, and that God made a change, which requires time. If God does not exist in time, he cannot do anything.
Got
I
no
don't understand
causal
how that
power
makes sense,
outside of time.
because if you exist outside of time, right? But then you bring time
Mm-hmm.
into existence, that's the start of time.
No, you can't.
That doesn't
No, you can't. You
make
can't
any sense.
bring anything into existence because you need time for that. Go ahead, Sarah.
No, I'm sorry. So
It's
if you're going to bring
it's not
something into
the audio is delayed coming back and forth on TikTok today, so we're kind of talking over each other a little bit. But go ahead.
sorry about that. Like if you're going to bring something about, there was a time before you brought it about and then time after you brought it about. So any change at all requires time.
But I don't think God is bounded by time. I don't think he exists in a state where time is a thing.
That doesn't make sense though. Like think through that. What do you like what would that be like? Cuz it sounds like you're just using this phrase to as like a get out of jail free card for things that you don't understand about God. Like what would it actually mean to exist outside of time?
I think what it means, under my impression, is that yesterday and tomorrow aren't distinguishable. They are. Like, if God's in heaven right now, he's not seeing things like 1,000 years in the future or the 1,000 years prior. He's just like, it's all happening at once almost. It's not like a changeable state.
But again,
So nothing's
if
happening.
God, right, like if God is not in a changeable state, then God cannot effect change.
But he can bring about that change.
No, he can't, not without time.
But he can bring about time. That's what I'm saying. Just
No, he
because someone is
can't,
not
not without time. So to bring about something, there is a time before it existed, and then it exists. And so you can't have a before and an after without time.
But again, I think that we're talking about two separate things. I think that there is, let's just call it the universe, and where God exists outside of the universe. So before God created the universe, there was no universe. But he
You,
brought it out in an instant, like a snap of a fingers.
right, you just said before.
Yes, before.
That's
God was
time.
not bound by time then.
But if there is a
But
before,
before is in
then
time.
that is time.
But it's two separate realities. That's what I'm
It
saying. It's
doesn't
two separate
matter.
It's
So,
realities.
both in
like,
It
time.
does
in
matter.
God's reality, let's say you're trying to argue that God's like living in another dimension. There is
Yeah.
still like when he created, if there was ever a state in which this other dimension does not exist, and then a state in which it does exist, that means your God has changed something. And any change requires time.
Yeah, I just keep repeating myself, and I don't think that we're understanding each other. I'm saying that when God was in a state, he was not bound by time. Time was not a thing.
So you're and what I am saying to you is that your statement is nonsense because for any type of change at all ever, you must have time. So if you want to claim that God is outside of time or not bound by time, then he cannot ever do anything ever.
Okay, so according to your own logic, if time is the thing that is the necessary cause to
I
bring
didn't say
something
that.
into, but if okay, so you
I
have to
didn't
have
say that.
time. You have to have time. Can you please repeat yourself? You have to have time in order to do what?
Anything. So if God is going to act, you must have time because there is a before and an after that action.
So what do you mean by in order to do anything?
You said God brought about. For God to bring something about, there is before he brought it about and after he brought it about, meaning God is experiencing time.
Okay, sure. So you think that's
Okay, great.
something that is just time and
No,
nothing brings it
no. All I'm telling you, my entire point is that your claim that God is outside of time is an incoherent claim. You cannot have a God that is outside of time who also creates things.
Okay, okay.
Okay, great. So we agree then that if God's going to create, he has to be in time.
Sure.
So then, if you grant that premise, then this idea that God makes sense as your first cause, but the universe doesn't make sense as the first cause is also nonsense. So then, God and the universe are now on the same philosophical playing field.
Hmm. So why do you think people hold on to the conclusion that God must be outside of time?
They may not have thought about it that deeply.
Hmm.
I mean, is it
That's literally
C.S.
the thing that
Lewis
brought me
or,
from generic theism to atheism.
yeah, I think it was
Wait, what
C.S.
was it about
Lewis
C.S.
who
Lewis?
wrote about like, oh, what's happening right now are the words on the page, but God is outside the book writing it. Like, I think imagery like that makes sense to people, even though it's not actually logically coherent.
So do you guys believe that time has always been a thing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm still kind of confused. If time has always been a thing and everything is infinite, like in order, imagine dots on a piece of paper, right? And you get to the first dot.
Hmm.
Under my mind, there must be a first dot in order for us to have reached to today. However, if there's a line of
Why?
infinite dots on a piece of paper, because there has to be a starting point in order for us to reach today. Like we
Why?
are the most recent
Why?
dot. What do you
So
mean
what?
why?
The number one is still a number in an infinite chain of numbers, but we can go from 1 to 2. Why does any of this require a starting point? We don't have a starting number.
Because how would we get to today's dot if there's an infinite amount of dots before us?
The
We wouldn't
same
have
way
reached.
that,
Um,
like, if you can,
Well,
I'm
no,
sorry,
yeah,
go
go
ahead.
ahead.
explain it. Please explain it without giving me a model.
I'll
Please.
explain it to you.
Leaving Faith, can you
All
please
right,
explain
so
it to me?
here,
Wait, I
I'm
want to
gonna
hear it
dr
from Leaving
I
Faith
want to
because
draw
she
it
was
on
just
both
asking me questions.
screens. Oh,
I
sure,
want to
go
hear it,
for it.
please, from Leaving Faith. So, Leaving Faith, my question is if there's not a first dot, if there's no starting point, and everything is infinite, there's an infinite line of dots prior to us, how would we have ever reached today if there's an infinite of dots before us?
So, exactly what Justin is probably about to say. If time is moving forward, we are experiencing this particular moment in time. It's exactly the same reasoning you could use for God existing in his relationship with the Son and the Holy Spirit. And then at some point, he decides to create the universe. It's the same problem that you have there. So we are
Wait, so
experiencing a
the
moment
burden
in
shifted.
time.
So you kind of just moved the burden to me and talking about how I would have
That's
the same problem. I'm not talking about my problem. I'm talking about the
It's
problem
like you
that you
didn't
guys
really
have.
listen to what I said. Why don't
Hmm.
you go ahead, Justin? I don't think he actually is interested in what I have to say.
Okay, so my core idea.
it
So
doesn't seem
picture
to
the
be the
past
case.
as a series of dots stretching backwards from today,
What?
each one a day.
Yeah, I got dots
If
on the
the
screen.
past is infinite, there
Yeah.
is no first dot. It goes
Uh-huh.
back forever with no starting point.
Agreed. Yep. And what's the problem?
Because we would have never reached to today if there is a line of infinite dots.
Why? Why would we have not reached
Because we would
today?
have to complete. How would we complete the sequence?
Complete.
What sequence?
Yeah, of the prior dots.
What sequence? You can't complete
Reaching
infinity.
today, reaching
There's infinite
today means
dots.
completing the sequence. We have
Yeah,
to
but
traverse or
there is no
whatever the word
sequence.
is.
John, have you ever heard of Zeno's problem, if you like philosophy?
Yes, I have,
Oh, well, that should answer your question.
but I kind of forget what it is.
Okay.
But I have
So,
heard of it.
Oh, you know what? My my drawing's not really centered. Give me a second. Okay, so John, I'm gonna give you the answer to the problem. I've kind of been beating around the bush just to see if you can get to it yourself or figure it out yourself. I'm not sure you're going to. So the problem and the reason why I said this is not an issue for us is just a category error on your part, is because essentially what you're saying, if we're here, right, if we're right there, that's today, right? You're saying, well, we can never get to today if we start from infinity.
Wait,
Well,
what are
there
you
is
showing
no
me?
start to
I can't see
infinity.
where you're
You see,
from.
this is this you you can't see the screen.
Well, are
Sarah,
those?
can
I
you see
don't
the
know
screen?
what that is.
those are
Are
dots. You were talking about dots
Those are
on a
dots.
screen,
yeah,
right?
yeah. Okay, sure.
So he's showing you the dots and then
Okay,
pointing at one
And
dot
okay.
there's
that's today.
dots, and this is the arrow of time.
Okay, that's
Okay.
okay. Yep.
All right. So
Mhm.
my point is, what you're saying. Listen, we can't go from we'll call this way over here infinity. We can't go from infinity to here because we'd have to cover infinity dots. Well, that's not true because you can't start from the beginning of infinity. Infinity has no beginning. Every place you're ever going to start from is always going to be a finite point on this timeline. You can never start from the beginning of infinity because infinity has no beginning. Every moment on the timeline is a finite slice of time.
That still doesn't do away with the problem though. Because
I
if
don't think you understand my answer then.
everything, because there has to be a
So
starting point.
what you're asking
Oh,
is,
wait.
how can you get from the start of infinity to today? And I'm telling you, infinity has no start, which means your question is malformed. You're assuming something exists that does not exist. You can't ask about the start of infinity because there is no start of infinity.
Okay, so if infinity is just a chain of infinite things and there is no
Mhm.
start, does that mean that it's almost like circular?
I don't know what you mean by circular.
Things are not repeating themselves, if that's what you're asking, John.
Okay, yeah, so things are not repeating themselves. So each thing is almost unique in a sense that each chain is representative of itself,
We're,
right?
What are you talking about?
I think he's. So we're talking about days, right? The dots that you were referring to, John, were days. Is that
Yes.
correct? Okay.
But I'm saying if there's an infinite chain,
Uh huh.
it doesn't matter where you quote unquote start. It doesn't matter where you are in that chain. I'm not going to use the word start because you guys don't like the word start. It doesn't matter where you are on that chain. You could be in the middle of it. You could be a little left. You could be a little right. You would still never reach today's moments.
Ah, see, that's where you're wrong, right? So think about, have you seen pi? Like the number pi, right? It
Hmm.
goes on forever. If I start in the middle of it, there's a specific sequence to get to the number 6 numbers down from that. So if I start at one point in the chain and I'm looking at another point in the chain, there are not infinite numbers between those two. There are only, let's say, 10 numbers in between those two. And so if we're saying days go on, they were infinitely existing, yes, they go on infinitely, but Monday is still 3, 4 days from Thursday.
That example doesn't really make sense because pi has a starting point.
All right, I was trying to help you, but okay. So let's say again, days are
Well,
infinite.
then
If
you understand my
if I pick
objection
Monday and
now.
Thursday,
Infinity doesn't have a starting point, which means you can't measure from the beginning of infinity.
So where do you measure from?
From every point on the timeline, which is finite.
but again, John, just to be clear, there are not infinite days. If I pick two different days on our infinite timeline, there are not infinite days between those 2 points.
My objection is you couldn't pick 2 days because those 2 days and like you can't reach any timeline ever because it's infinite. In order for us to have gotten to today,
From where?
we would have had an
From
infinite
where?
timeline from
From
anywhere,
where?
from anywhere, from anywhere on the infinite regress.
Well, that's not true. All right, so this is the timeline again. This is today. Let's imagine we're starting here. Why can't we get from here to here? What's the problem?
Because that is an infinite amount of time.
No, it is not. There is not an
That
infinite
is
amount of
not.
time between
These are
2
all,
points.
yeah. 2 points on the
But
timeline
how?
are always going to be finite. They're not
So
infinite.
this is the reason I was trying
The
to
same
use
way
the
there's a
number
finite amount of
pi.
time
But
between now and the beginning of our
let me look it
conversation.
up. Are 2 points on an infinite timeline?
And this is
You're saying that
especially
they're
true
what?
because if you look up the speed of causation, you'll find that
Is he
the reason
typing?
why light has like a maximum limit is because there's such a thing as a speed of causation, which would even max out what we might be able to say our ability to count time,
Are
which
you
means it
typing
has to
this
be
into
finite.
Chat GPT?
No, I'm
I
typing
suspect
it in,
so.
but it'll probably give me an AI overview.
So yes.
Don't do Google AI over you. For whatever you do, don't do Google. Please use a better engine. Use Claude or something.
I use Claude for everything. I have the Pro. Me and Claude go crazy together. That's sounding weird. Um,
And you're in college, right?
yeah, I am. So you're saying that those 2 points within the timeline.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Yeah. So it's saying if you are talking about 2 points, which you were talking about it, I was maybe still thinking of a beginning. It says no, and this distinction is actually important for the column argument you were just asking about, which I don't know how it knows my past Google searches. That's kind of creepy.
It knows everything about you
It has
if you've signed
context of
in.
like yeah, like up to like typically the minimum's like 100,000 tokens.
That just doesn't really make sense to me.
So again, when you say like between 2 points, think about this again. If we're saying days are infinite, right? So don't use any other metaphor. We're just going to stick with days. Okay.
Yep.
There are an infinite number of days in the past and an infinite number of days in the future.
Yep.
How many days are there between Monday and Friday of this week?
4 days.
Yes, not infinite. There are not infinite days between Monday and Friday of this week, even if you have infinite days before and infinite days after.
So if you have an infinite line, would we have to assume? Wait, I understood your point. I'm asking a clarifying question. If we had an infinite line, and if we're talking in today's terms, where would we be on that line? Would we be to the very far right, or does it not matter where we are?
It's infinite. There is no like far right or at the beginning or in the middle because it's infinite.
So yesterday was just one day ago, and the day
Correct?
prior was just the day previously,
Uh-huh.
and tomorrow will just be the next day.
Uh-huh.
But that's still somewhere on that infinite line. We have to be somewhere on the line.
We are somewhere on the line.
I agree. Yeah.
It's just you can't say things like near the end or near the beginning or in the middle because those things don't exist in infinity.
Okay, sure. So that means that you believe that there's an infinite amount of energy in the universe.
Oh, that's dependent.
Yes? No?
So we don't know if the universe is finite or if it's infinite yet. Like being infinite in time is not necessarily the same thing as being infinite in like mass, right? So I think the jury's still out because we can only observe what we can observe, and then beyond what we can observe, we can't make judgment calls. So I can't tell you if it's infinite or not, but I will tell you my personal opinion is that it is, but I could never prove it. I don't know if there's
Wouldn't it have
I
to
mean,
be?
there's some mathematical data. Well, it doesn't have to be. I just think it makes more sense.
I feel like it would have to be because every time energy is transferred, it's transferred to a less usable form. The second law of thermodynamics or
That's
whatever
not quite
freaking.
how that works. That's not how the second law works. The second law is basically saying in an
So,
isolated
okay, maybe it's
system,
not the second law.
the entropy is always going to increase until it reaches equilibrium.
Yes.
To be more precise, you would say that the entropy inside of an isolated system will never decrease. All that is to say is that the energy within a system is going to be conserved, but it will be shared about between everything in the system so that eventually it'll have equilibrium. So the temperature is going to eventually stop gaining entropy in an isolated system. In a non-isolated system, if you have a source of energy, and this is why I think the universe is infinite, and it does have an infinite amount of energy because I think gravity exists. Then you'll never reach equilibrium. I don't see a single reason to think that there's not an infinite amount of energy in the universe unless I find a reason to believe that somehow gravity couldn't exist. You could put two stationary objects in the universe millions of miles apart, and they would move towards each other, whether you push them or not, just because gravity exists. So that's not somebody like putting energy. Like there's not somebody pushing them. Gravity itself, the space fabric, is causing. I don't know if I want to call it a fabric anymore, but it's causing the movement. So as long as there are bodies in space, it seems to me that there would be an infinite amount of energy. The question is, what form of energy?
Okay, sure. That makes sense. Um, I have to go because it's 12 a.m. where I am, but I have a concluding question to ask you,
Sure.
and maybe you can
Hmm.
answer it honestly. So, I believe that anyone can be wrong practically about anything. Like, I could be wrong that we are in a video game right now. That could technically be true. Are the chances of it being true very high? No, I think I'm not in a video game. But if it were true that Jesus died on the cross, rose again, and you were to die and be face to face with him, what would you say to him?
I'd say it's kind of shitty that you like want to light people on fire for merely making mistakes which they couldn't help.
Okay,
So it'd be
thanks
really
for
cool if
that.
you actually fulfilled the prophecies rather than being a liar.
Okay, well, thanks for that. These
If
topics are
you
quite
died
dense. Maybe I'll pick up a
and
minor
found
in
out that you're going to
philosophy.
be standing in front of Vishnu, what would you say?
I would say that kind of sucks. I chose the wrong one.
Yeah. Did you do it on purpose?
No, but I'm also not deliberately doing it.
Do you think it'd be fair if Vishnu lit you on fire because you made the wrong choice, even though you had good intentions?
If I was aware, then I think that the punishment I got was deserved. I think that I would be so astonished that if
That's fucking
someone
crazy.
if I stood face to face with the creator of the universe who spoke life into existence, there's billions of galaxies. I would be so petrified to be standing in their presence, like I would literally just accept my fate.
Yeah, but the
I
problem
would
that
be
you have
just
here is whether or not it's justified to torture somebody for doing the thing that they were created to do, namely not being perfect. Like, my son's not perfect. I would never harm him. That's crazy.
if your son became a Christian, would you be angry?
No. Why would I be angry? He's allowed to believe what he wants to believe.
Okay, I respect that. But do you like try to
No
talk
one
him
told me
out
what
of
to believe. I
Christianity?
mean, I had people around me that were Christians, but nobody forced it on me. They didn't like shove it down my throat. What were you gonna say?
If he like talks about Christianity ever, will you tell him the evidence against it, or will you just not say anything?
No, obviously, I'd tell him the evidence. Why would I not? You would tell your kid the evidence for it. I
Hmm.
would tell my kid the evidence against it.
Yeah, but I think one instills hope. I think atheistic perspectives don't often allow for that hope.
Well,
False hope is not
one of them
superior.
is honest. Yeah, I agree.
Do you know what percent of the world is atheist? It's like 7 to 8%. Well, the United States, it's like 4%.
It grows
That's
every year
So
irrelevant
too.
to the point.
So what?
it's not irrelevant to the point. You're saying that I'm finding false hope, or
Was
that false
Christianity
hope isn't.
true when only 0.001% of people were Christians?
That's not my overarching point.
Your overarching point is that
But that was your
so
point.
many people believe it, right? And so
My
few people
overarching
are
point
atheists.
My overarching point is that so many people look beyond themselves to find the answers. I don't have an issue with people who are turning towards different religions other than mine, Christianity, but I do think that people lack a sense of purpose if they think that they hold all the answers themselves. And
So
I think a lot of
atheists
atheists think
don't
that.
think that we
Who said
hold
that?
all the answers
Mm,
ourselves. I think you're very confused about who
certainly
atheists
not.
I
are.
think I think that you don't think that there's something beyond you, and that creates a mentality as if you are like the sole purpose.
No, where are you getting that?
No,
Wait, so do you believe
I
in
don't think you've met an atheist
something
yet.
beyond your?
Yeah. Do you have any friends who are atheists?
I have quite a bit of friends who are atheists.
I don't
Yes,
think so.
And you think
not
this
not
poorly
quite a
of them?
bit,
Like,
like
this is what
two
you tell your
or three.
friends?
I encourage them, and my one atheist friend from Vietnam, I took him to church, and he was an atheist, and now
No,
he
you're not
professes the
answering my
name of Jesus.
question. My question is, do you treat them like this? Do you believe that all your atheist friends just think that they're the center of the universe?
No, I think that a lot of my atheistic friends, though, think that they can hold to things like science or their education to ultimately be fulfilled in life. And I try to encourage them that nothing you
Fulfilled.
do in this life will fulfill you if you're not ultimately pursuing some higher purpose. That's what I
Wow.
take.
How arrogant of you.
Have they tried
That's
Boston
not
cream
arrogant.
pie
I
ice
think
cream?
Amazingly, John, we can find purpose outside of ourselves that is not God. So I
so.
can find purpose in, I don't know, helping other human beings. I can find purpose in love and friendship and growth and learning. You don't have to have a God to be part of something greater than yourself.
But that's
And
constantly changing. I could wake up one day and say that my happiness and that my well-being is determinant on helping my neighbor. But the next day I can no longer find satisfaction in helping my neighbor, so I look for something else to satisfy myself.
no,
The
you're very
reason why
confused
people
here.
find
I feel like
contentment with
maybe you are
believing in a
hearing
God is
these
because it's
things about
unchanging.
atheists. So, like, did you hear at your church that atheists just go from one pleasure to the next, never being satisfied, but they have a Jesus shaped hole in their heart?
Not particular atheist. I'm saying that everyone. I think everyone struggles with that.
So, what that is again really arrogant to assume that you understand every other human being. And
You don't think
instead
that's
of
true?
listening and learning from these human beings, you are talking to people that you don't know, and you're telling them that you understand what's happening in their mind better than they understand their own minds.
Mm.
And
Okay,
you are going to tell them how to fix themselves.
so tell me your greatest achievement that you've ever
No, I
accomplished.
want you to engage with what I just said.
I'm saying that from our own personal experience, you and I and everyone
Yours.
else in the world,
So, your
everyone,
personal experience, John, why are you
everyone.
applying your experience to every other human being?
So you're telling me that after you accomplish something, does that ultimately satisfy you? Why are you on this live right now? Or why are you doing
So,
anything else in your life
again,
if you were
that's your
ultimately
claim then. Because
satisfied?
of what you personally experienced, you
But
assume
you
that every other human being must function in the same way that you do?
so are you fully satisfied as we're speaking right
Yes
now?
or no?
You're fully content.
Yes or
Yeah.
no?
I'm saying it's human
Yes
nature.
or
Yes.
no?
Everyone will experience that. Yes.
Okay, and that's what I am saying is arrogant. For you to
That's
assume
not
that you
arrogant.
know what everyone else is experiencing before you've even asked.
But, but it's just a basic fact.
It is
It's
not
just
a
human
basic
nature.
fact.
It's from
It's not.
evolutionary instinct. We will never
No,
truly be satisfied
Nope.
for anything. There will always be something more that we want to
That's
achieve.
not
now
true.
you're just
Always.
making things up.
It's always true.
Okay, John. If you want to make things up, that's
You-
fine, but you're
No, it's
not
not.
Can you
true.
tell me how it's not true? Give me an example of how that's not true, please.
You're trying to make a claim
No, I
about
said
the
give me an
entire
example.
human existence.
I said
That
give
it
me an example
an example of
of,
what?
of how that's not true. That people, once they accomplish something, they're truly satisfied and they no longer feel the drive to
Hold on,
further
wait,
their
wait, wait.
happiness.
Accomplishing goals is very different than being satisfied with your life. You can be at peace and feel content and also keep working at your job to accomplish goals. So just because someone is accomplishing a goal doesn't mean that they have a void in their life that they're trying to fill.
Okay, so you think that if you're living a daily life and you're ultimately pursuing whatever makes you happy, that is ultimately being a contingent thing.
What?
If I wake up in the morning and
We're
What
not
in
I
the
talking
want
about
world are
whether
to,
you
something
doing
is.
with this?
Yeah, you're going off a left field. I am
of course it's
saying there are
contingent.
human beings who feel content and find meaning and purpose, and they don't believe in God. That's all.
Yeah, I think that's true.
Okay, then
But
you're
I'm
wrong when
saying,
you say what you said before. What you said before, that everyone has this void that they're trying to fill, that was an incorrect statement.
I'm saying that everyone does. I'm saying that there's a difference between being satisfied and fulfilling everything that you want to accomplish in your life.
Who's
And I
talking
think
about
that
fulfilling
void,
everything you want to accomplish in your life? You,
because
you
I
keep
think that that
moving the
void,
goalpost.
those, I think, oh my gosh, you're the most insufferable person I've probably debated on this app, and I've debated
Sarah?
a handful of
She's
people.
delightful.
Yes. No, she's been laughing at me. She's been covering her face. She's
I've
been
never heard anyone say
moving
that
like,
about Sarah. And I've been streaming with
oh
Sarah for
my
a long
word.
time.
It's just she thinks that people are just so unintelligent. Like I've never been my intelligence I've never felt more
I've
insulted
never heard her
after
say
engaging
that.
in conversation with her. Just the way
Maybe
she
she's just
speaks to
making good
me,
points.
it's just like I would tell her if she was making good points. She has made good points, but like it's the way that she's been speaking to me. It's just like she's speaking to me like I'm a child almost.
Do
It's
you
like
think that maybe it's because
very
I'm a
interesting.
woman?
No, I've engaged with plenty of women before.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've plenty of women. Wait, what does you having to be a woman have to do with anything?
Binders of them.
Binders of women.
Of course, you're bringing that into it. Victim mentality.
I'm joking. It's not a victim, it's a joke. You're not old enough to get the joke. It's fine. It's a Mitt Romney joke.
No, I'm talking about her saying every time you engage with someone who isn't exactly like you, they're like, is it because I'm a woman? Is it because I'm a different race than you? Is it because I'm from California? Is it because I'm gay? Is it because I'm part of the LGBTQ community? Like every time I've engaged with someone, actually not me, every time I see someone engaging with someone that's different than them, they like automatically bring that up. Why do you have to bring up that you're a woman? What does that have to do with this conversation?
Because I've acted the same manner as Sarah during this live stream, and you didn't say anything to me. I've made all
No,
kinds
have
of
you laughed at
faces.
me? Have you
I've cut you
covered your
off.
face? Have you laughed, covered your face,
I
been
don't use
making
my
crazy
hands
facial
because I'm running a
expressions?
live stream.
Okay. If you were to notice her facial
I'm just
expressions while I've
saying.
been talking and then she laughs at me and then she yeah,
She's not laughing
says that
at
I'm
you.
moving the
Sarah's
goalposts.
a happy person. She laughs at a lot of things. She's very giddy.
Huh, okay. I'm just not used to people just making those kind of facial expressions, laughing after I've been saying stuff. It's just very interesting to me, and I've been in plenty of conversations with people.
Hmm.
I just
Well,
find it
listen,
quite
John.
rude.
I thought I thought you've at least been interesting to talk to and fun, but we're way past the 2 hour mark. Usually, I try to shoot for an hour, but you seem to be holding what I thought appeared to be a good faith conversation, so I kept it going. But think about some of the stuff we talked about. Maybe you'll uncover some evidence that proves me wrong. Maybe you'll uncover some evidence that proves me right. Who knows? But do some study and come on back and tell me what you find out. Okay?
All right, I'll try to look at more evidence because my evidence right now kind of sucks.
It happens. Don't worry.
That's
All right,
all.
we'll be here, buddy. Come on back. Cheers, man. Well, he's honest there. The evidence for Christianity is pretty thin. Hmm. Oh well, friends. Thank you for being on a long call with me. I'm going to grab some super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. I didn't mean to drag it out that long, but I was having a good time. I think everyone was. Uh,
I'm gonna head
Also
out, Justin.
from
Thank you for having
Cam,
me.
Sarah, thank you so much for being here. Enjoy the rest of your night. But don't,
Thanks.
whatever you do, don't laugh at people, okay?
I, man, that really set him off.
He did not like that. I was shocked that he took it as such an offense.
I know, and you laughed at him too a
Oh
couple
well.
of times, and he was fine with it.
Yeah,
Ugh.
that was weird. He just, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that
Yep.
one.
All right. Well,
Oh
have a
well.
great night.
It'll be all right. Thanks, you too, Sarah. Bye. Oh, follow Sarah on TikTok if you're not already. I should have. See, you know what? I didn't say it soon enough, and now she's gone. That's all right. You guys know if you're on TikTok, you know what's up. Anyways, let me grab our super chats from Camille Elko says, "Hi Justin, I want to say hello and thank you, Camille." Oh, that's how you pronounce it, Camille. Well, thank you. I really appreciate that, friend. Appreciate you watching the live stream and for supporting the live stream. And also, Base to Share is in the house. Good to see your friend. Says, "Oh, poor man child is sad because he thinks a woman laughed at him." That's what happened. He can't handle a woman being present and having her own autonomy. Wah. I mean, to be fair, I understand you might feel like they're laughing at you, but even if they were, okay, is that a problem? Like, it's a human reaction. Like, it's gonna happen. You just gotta live with that kind of thing. Dogosaurus Erectus, thank you for the super chat. New rock band name, The Baby Sinners. First hit song, Jesus Made Me a Bad Baby. That is true. Remember, you were born into sin. You didn't decide it. You were born into it. And JP, thank you for the 666. Hell Nero says, bros seemed all nice and humble until he thought a woman was laughing at him. Don't talk to Sarah like that. What an asshole. Doug helped that young man. I agree. Put some respect on that name. Sarah is always kind and pleasant to people that are up here. And Can Amrock, thank you for a $20 super chat, friend. It says, perverse incentive from John's two rules, pollution. Mentioning pollution that horribly mentally cripples children saves them from hell because they can't reach the point of responsibility unless that's a soul thing disconnected from the body. It's true. So this comes to a really interesting point that I've asked Christians about. If you lack the capacity to understand sin and the ultimate fate of what God has for you, do you get like a loophole? Of course. They're naturally going to say, well, obviously God wouldn't send someone without the mental capacity to hell. Like what that means is that like theoretically you can save everybody from going to hell by either taking them out as babies or making sure they never gain the capacity to reason. I'm just saying it's a good argument for abortion being legal. I think Christians everywhere, no matter who you are, if you're a Christian, you should be aborting all of your babies. Guarantee every one of them a free ticket to heaven. Real Marcus Holloway, thank you for this another super chat. Doug is my grounding and Sharon fills all my empty spaces. Sorry, John. Marcus, that's what I'm talking about. Tell Sharon, if you haven't already, how much you appreciate her filling your pores. And RTT3114, thank you so much for the $100 super chat. That is monumental. That is humongous. Super appreciate it. Let's get 100 W's for RT. Jesus and Moses fishing in heaven. Oh, it's going to be a joke. I'm going to love this. Fishing in heaven. Moses gets snagged. Jesus. I'll walk over and unsnag you. Steps off the boat, sinks like a stone. Sputtering, climbs back in. Moses, what happened? Jesus, I forgot last time I did this, I didn't have these holes in my feet. Love the show. Fantastic. True. And this brings up, great joke, by the way, RT. This brings up a really good point, which is Jesus's wounds did not heal after he resurrected. Or let's see, after he rose from the dead. Yeah. That's the resurrection. The ascension is when he goes into heaven. So if his wounds were still there, then I'm baffled as to like why. And wouldn't he still be bleeding out everywhere? Wouldn't he lose enough blood that he would have to die again? Like what's the point of still having the wounds in your like resurrected body? It's preposterous. It doesn't make sense to me. And if the body healed itself so it wouldn't bleed, well, if you're going to do miraculous healings, just heal it all the way. Be done with it. Like, why the in between thing? God eating penguin, my friend. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Says this dot conversation is absolutely moronic. I know it was hard. It was hard for me to do for the 15th time. If the dots are infinite, the starting point is just a dot that already exists. It's almost like assuming that because you're here today, there were no days before today. Stupid. I agree. I thought my illustration was poignant. I've been making this particular point for 3 years. Ever since I got online, I've been using the same argument for the infinite regress, and the philosophy bros just can't handle it. It's stupid easy to understand, though. Hey, Akram, good to see you, my friend. Says, was something happening yesterday, month ago, year, million years ago, billion? Something was always happening, and in the future, they will look back and us and not know what we were doing. That might be the case. I wish I could look into the future and see what we're fucking up. That's what I want to know. Because we are. We are fucking some shit up. And I guarantee there's going to be way cooler technology in the future. Ontological shock, my friend, think of a $10 super test, says it's interesting how often theists play whack-a-mole when it comes to their truth claims. True. Every time they're proven wrong, they just pivot as if pivots salvage their worldview. Yes. Rather than saying, you know what, that point doesn't make any sense. That point was wrong. I have to go back to the drawing board on that one point. What they do is they just pivot. Rather than admitting that something doesn't make sense, they want to quickly move. Let me find another point that I can win on. You know what I mean? Hey, Billy Sipes, good to see you, my friend. Thank you so much for the $50 super chat. Let's get 50 W's for Billy. What a tremendous amount of arrogance to assume you know better what will fulfill them. Of course, how could you possibly know what atheists find fulfilling? They aren't you. You aren't them. Your values are different. Your experiences are quite different. And I can guarantee you that all atheists are different. The most fulfilling thing for me in life is enjoying my son. But I just love kids, cats, and puppies. They bring me joy. You know what? Some people hate kids, cats, and puppies. You can't put that on everybody. Real Marcus Holloway coming in again. Thank you so much for the $50 super chat. I'm sorry I didn't see this sooner. I might have just dropped him. But thank you so much for supporting the stream. Says drop his ass. He's not worth it. To be fair, I thought we would at least make some deconstruction progress. And even though he was resistant, I think we did. There's a couple times where he kind of stopped in his tracks and had to really think. And it seemed like it might have been beneficial. At least that was the way I was taking it. So let's bring in our next guest. I think it's going to be Dahlia, or sorry, Jane. I apologize. Jane was first in line. And then we'll bring in, I think, Dahlia and then our programmer. And then we'll take care of it. Oh, why are these super chats going wild? I got to fix that after this stream. Apparently, I got a setting I need to tweak. All right.
Hey, can you hear me?
Oh, welcome in. Oh, I just put the wrong person on screen. Sorry. There we go. Jane, there. We got you now. I can hear you. Can everyone in the audience hear Jane?
Is it good?
Is your name pronounced Jane? Am I saying that right?
So that's actually my religion. I'm Jan. Do you know the religion?
Of Jainism?
Yeah, yes, sir.
I have heard of it, but I can't say that I know much about it.
Okay, well, I saw your prompt, God is not good, and I've been seeing your videos. I've been binge watching them for the past few months. So I just wanted to come on here and talk to you about why I think my God is good. If that's all right.
Sure. Well, yeah, help me understand a little bit about what you believe about your God, because Jainism is not one that I'm super familiar with.
Sure thing, right? So if I could just give a little bit background. So the Buddha actually studied under our prophet or our God, and then he thought the religion was too extreme, so he went off on his own way, and he founded Buddhism, which was the middle path between Hinduism and Jainism, right? So that's where we come in. It's a very ascetic lifestyle. It's very much focused on the three principles of aparigraha, which is non-attachment to things, ahimsa, which is non-violence, and anikantwad, which is the multiplicity of truth. And we believe that human beings like us can eventually become God, but the way we define God is not some sort of creator God. It's a being that has perfect knowledge, is shapeless, formless, and exists outside of time and space.
How does that work? Sorry,
Yeah.
it's not the
So,
topic. I apologize. The topic is whether or not God is good, but go ahead.
I'd be more than happy to answer that. What do you mean exactly by how does that work?
How does something exist outside of time? To me, something that exists outside of space and time is synonymous with non-existence.
Yes, exactly. So, basically, in Jainism, we have this idea of good karma and bad karma, right? And the goal in life is not to do as much good karma or as much bad karma as possible. It's to not do any karma. And so, the moment you rid yourself of all karma, you go into a state of non-existence, right? That's the eventual end goal of our religion. Because even if you die, let's say something happens to you, you die, you will still get reborn, whether that's as a plant or an animal. So the eventual end goal of life is to work towards a perfect state of being, which for us is simply non-existence.
Sure. Wait, so you think the perfect state of being is not existing?
I think the perfect state of being is non-existing. I don't think you can exist and be perfect. So, yeah.
So the goal is to not exist.
Yes, yes. Maybe I'm not phrasing this right, but the goal is to free ourselves from the cycle of birth and death, and that entails an eventual end destination of non-existence. Um, yeah, I mean, you still exist, but you're shapeless, formless. You're outside of time and space, and you can't interact with the material world. So it's practically non-existence.
Well, what's the difference between what you're describing and non-existence? What makes it just complete non-existence?
Right. So I guess I would say is that you at that state you still have perfect knowledge, right? But Jan philosophy holds that the moment you attain perfect knowledge, you're incapable of doing things because doing things necessarily requires a thought, right? A thought or a change of mind or a change of body. Action requires a change. And when you have perfect knowledge, by definition, you can't change. So, in that state of being, you are practically non-existence, but you have perfect knowledge still.
So you have knowledge. Where is the knowledge stored?
Yeah. So we believe in a separation of body and soul. So the knowledge is there's
Uh-huh.
so like the knowledge I know like I'm studying for my LSATs right now. So the knowledge of that it will just be stored in the body, right? But there's deeper knowledge that's stored in the soul.
Right, but the soul, how I don't think that fixed it. Where in the soul, how in the soul is knowledge stored? So like in my worldview, I know how knowledge is stored. It's stored
Yeah.
inside of my brain. We have an explanation for that. How is your knowledge stored when you're completely immaterial?
Right. And I would say that I don't have a good answer for that. But I will also say is that I think my worldview is at least more coherent than just a materialist, fully atheist worldview could be. Right. And not to say not I don't mean that with any offense. Like I'm practic. A lot of people would call me atheist as well because we believe in an eternal universe. We don't believe in a creator God, right? But I believe my
Well, neither,
perception
yeah,
of
neither do I, but that doesn't make you an atheist.
r- r- mm, right, but it doesn't make me a theist either, right? Or at least a deist. I don't know.
Okay, so let's I do love the God is not real topic. I run that one the most out of anything, but I do want
Hmm.
to try to stay on point. So
Sure.
is your God all good, or do you think he might, or it, whatever it is, do you think it might have some things about it that are not good? Where do you stand?
Right. So I believe that my God is all good because he's relieved himself of all karmas, right? I think the only way you can be all good is in a state of inaction. So for example, I don't believe the Christian God is all good because he created things, right? He created beings, and that necessitates evil, that necessitates pain and suffering. So you can't be all good unless you are in a state of perfect inaction.
Wait, so does your God, is it responsible for anything?
No, so let me explain. So we had prophets, right? The Tirthankars. We had prophets, they were men, and they taught us the right way to live, right? And then as they relieved themselves of all the karmas, they went and attained nirvana and came into a perfect state of inaction, which necessarily means they're now all good.
Right, but what I'm trying to figure out is whether or not the God you believe in or the gods are responsible for anything.
They were at one point responsible because their actions had consequences, right? On while they were on Earth, while they were in their previous lives. But now, since they've relieved themselves of all the karma and they're in that state of inaction, they are perfectly good and not responsible for anything.
Yeah, but it sounds to me then we're not talking about a god. Like a god is an entity that kind of is the highest order of power, and they're in charge of the universe. A lot of times they created the universe. That's not universal though. There's a lot of people who believe in a god that's like all powerful, but didn't actually create the universe. In fact,
Hmm.
if you read some of the classic Greek works, there are
Yeah.
philosophers who believe that the universe was eternal, even though there are gods.
Hmm.
So, but if you're not responsible for anything, you don't really act, you don't really do anything, I guess I just wouldn't call that a god.
Right, but hmm. For example, I'm not. I mean, I go to the LDS Church a bunch. I love the social community there. So they believe in Heavenly Father. Oh, sorry, you're doing a double take. I'm sorry, but they believe in a Heavenly Father that was once a
Yeah,
man.
I was surprised when you said LDS. That's very different than what I expected.
Right. So I actually got baptized into the Mormon Church. I don't hold to any of the truth claims of the church. I just find it has a lot of social advantages of me being a Mormon. Um, Sorry, that's like off topic here, but like for example, Mormons hold to that our Heavenly Father was once a man, right? And through the process of deification he became God. So why would you consider that being to be God but not, the Jan being, not the Jan Tirthankars?
But well, well, in Christianity, even in LDS, a god is still something that is superhuman, but has
Hmm.
some kind of responsibility overseeing like the class, like not the classic. I mean the physical world, right? But if you're
Not
referring to an
necessarily. Oh,
entity
I'm so
that
sorry to cut
has
you off.
no no responsibilities, it doesn't do anything. Well,
Hmm.
calling it bad or good is irrelevant. It doesn't even those categories don't even apply.
Right, right, but I want to push back on that a little bit because a lot of Protestants, and I'd say mainly mainline Protestants, hold to a cessationist view of God, in that miracles and the works ceased after the end of the apostolic age, right? And you would still consider the
Yeah,
being
mostly
they worship
Calvinists.
to be God. Mostly Calvinists, yes, but you would still consider the being they worship to be God, right? So how is that different? Their God isn't present in the material universe, but they still worship him, they still revere him. How is that different from the Jan God?
But that I think you might have misunderstood what they're referring to. The cessationists don't believe that God doesn't act anymore. They just believe that God doesn't act in the way that he did with the disciples, where he'll pick people and imbue them with like supernatural powers, and then they can go out and do whatever they want. They still believe in miracles. They just believe that it only comes through prayer.
So yes, I should have made that distinction. That's cessationism, but some Protestants hold to super cessationism, like fundamental Baptists, who say we don't even need to go out to preach the gospel because it's like whoever God saves and chooses, it's up to him, and there's nothing we can do or he can do that's not already been decided. So I might be getting their theology wrong a little bit,
Oh yeah,
but
oh
I
yeah, the
do believe that's
Calvinists.
what they
That's what I
hold to.
said. So, but the problem is, if you're a Calvinist, if you're in this camp, you still at some point think that all these things were determined by God. God made that decision, and now he's just sitting back and watching it, which means he is responsible for it.
Yeah. Um, Yeah, I guess, but I don't know, that version of God just seems, it seems like an oxymoron, right? Because how can you be
How?
perfectly knowledgeable, perfectly powerful, or most powerful, most knowledgeable, and the most good? It seems like those three things. Like, I believe the name is the Theodicies. That doesn't make any sense to me,
Yeah.
right? So
Well,
I
that's
wouldn't
part of
even
it.
call. I don't even think a being like that could exist. So that it makes no sense to call that being good or bad.
Right, but well, I think it does. But the reality is, if your God doesn't act, if it doesn't do
Hmm.
anything, if it's not responsible for anything, then the
Yeah.
category of good and bad just doesn't apply to it anymore.
I, I,
Like,
yes, but my God has already
is
told
a
us how to
tree
act.
inherently good or bad, like universally?
I, I mean, if that tree was once like Shakespeare, and he was giving people, like, not Shakespeare, but if that tree was once a human and giving people moral prescriptions on how to live their life, I'd say even when it becomes a tree, his actions still could be good or bad, right?
When it was a human, but not while it's
What?
God.
Yes, when my gods were humans, yes.
Yeah. So that just means that they're not responsible for anything as gods, which means they're not really falling into the definition of God. If they don't have the ability to do anything, then they have no powers of causation. They have no agency, which just
Mhm.
means they're not gods. I think gods have to have agency.
But I'm sorry, I might be getting something confused. But at one point, they did have causation. They did have the power of agency, and the words they spread still
But they don't
have.
anymore. Like I have power of causation and agency, but I'm not a god.
Mhm. Right. So, like, let's take a man who set up a charity, right? And then he died, right? I would still say that that man is still doing good things in the world today through his charity, through
Oh
the
no, he's
stuff
dead.
he established. No?
Oh no, he's definitely dead. He's not doing anything anymore.
Right, but he is still good, right? Because his actions have reverberating
As a
consequences
human.
that are good. So I'm so sorry.
As a human,
Go
yeah.
ahead.
He's good as a human. Wasn't good
Is
as a
he
god. Those categories
even?
wouldn't apply.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, if you're just going to, not, so I don't want to frame this in a rude way, but if you're just going to reject my definition of God, then I mean, I guess we can't really have a conversation, right?
I mean, it's kind of unfortunate, but I think that really is where we're at. Like when I say God, I mean something specific, and your God seems to be equal to nothingness, which wouldn't make it a God.
Hmm. Yeah, but my God has perfect knowledge. He has perfect power, and he's perfectly good. So
How?
I'm not.
How?
Sorry. He
How how do you have perfect power when you have no power of causation? What can your God do?
Because it's a contradiction, right? Because my God is perfectly
No,
good,
but what can your God do?
nothing, because he is perfectly good.
What is your God capable of doing? Oh, so
Everything.
if your God is capable of doing nothing, then your God has no capabilities.
No, no, no. He is capable. There's a lot of gods, right? There's an infinite amount of gods, but they're capable of doing everything, but they choose not to, because to do so would be a contradiction of their
Oh, so
third.
they are terrible.
How are they
So
terrible?
if they can choose to make the suffering stop and they choose to let it go on, this just seems to me like they are bad.
Right, but they're perfectly good, because if they chose to act, that would necessarily action would necessarily entail more karma, right? I'm trying to say that
Yeah, I mean
inaction is the only
karma negatively
inaction.
or better because if you had a button right now that would
Mhm.
prevent all newborn babies from dying in birth, would you do it?
Yes, but that, according to my theology, that would be a bad thing for me to do.
Oh,
Not a bad thing. That would just be a
why would it
thing
be
I shouldn't
bad?
be doing. It, So
Why?
Jain philosophy doesn't have bad and good. It has bad karma, good karma, and the absence of karma. So the end goal of life is to avoid accumulating any karma, because you want to um
So
remove yourself
having
from
karma would be
attachment to
bad?
this world. Yes, yes. Any sort of
So
attachment to this world is karma, you know. So that's bad.
okay. So karma's bad. Easy enough. So doing something that raises your karma would be bad, right?
Yes,
Okay. So what can a god do to lower somebody's karma?
he's already done. The last god we had, he's already done everything he can to lower our karma by giving us the knowledge, you know, that we need to follow and follow
What
his
knowledge?
prescriptions.
I don't
Three things.
I don't have
Three
the
things. In,
knowledge.
can I? Could I give some to you?
Yeah, but how do I know it comes from your god?
Oh well, his words were written down.
So why would I think it came from a god?
Well, he wasn't a god when he said them. He was a human, right? And I would say that if you reject my
Well,
position,
why would I think that the words are divine?
yes, let me address that. If you reject my position, you're immediately caught up in a bunch of contradictions, right? Therefore, my
Like
worldview
what?
is the only coherent worldview that makes sense.
The same thing Christians say. What about my rejecting your God makes it not sensible?
Right. So, are you familiar with David Hume's paradox about how we can't necessarily trace causal effects?
No, no, I went to school and studied like real topics.
Yeah, yeah. I wanted a degree in philosophy, but it would be a waste of time. But yeah, so Hume
Yeah.
basically talks about how even though we see one thing happening after another thing, there's absolutely no way we can empirically prove, not empirically, we can prove a priori that those two things are connected to each other, that they're causally linked, right? And what you get from a materialistic, scientific, fully materialistic atheist worldview is you fall into that paradox of not being able to prove causal links, right? But me,
Well,
because I
neither can you.
assert, no, but I assert that karma exists. So everything in the world is causally linked by karma.
Oh, well then I just assert that there is a force in the universe like ether that causes our ability to determine causation. Oh, done. Easy. See how easy it is to just assert a solution to whatever problem you have?
Yeah, you're asserting the same solution I did, but you're calling it ether instead of karma. So
Yeah,
I guess we're in agreement then.
yeah, just inventing it. Yeah, we got it.
No,
We got
because if you
ether. Well,
don't
ether is
have
not
karma,
sentient, and ether
no,
doesn't
because
accumulate. Ether is a constant.
karma is a constant.
Well, not if it
Sorry,
goes up or down.
our individual possession of it can go up and down in our souls, but it's constant in the universe. It doesn't change, right? And so if
So
you
there's
reject
a finite amount of karma.
there's a distinction between infinite, because real infinites, most philosophers agree can actually occur, versus uncountable,
I
right? So we
completely disagree with them and you.
Okay. Well, I guess we can get into that, but to explain the Jain position, it's that there's an uncountable amount of karma. We've had an uncountable amount of past lives, and we will have, and there's an uncountable amount of living beings
But
in
you
the
just said it
world.
was finite. If there's an
Finite but
uncountable amount
uncountable.
of karma, then it can't be finite. So what does it even mean?
Well, it's not infinite, but it's not finite either. So that
So
gets
that
into,
means it's countable.
well, have you heard the parable of the, I don't know how relevant this is, but have you, this is my best attempt of explaining. Have you heard the parable of the blind man and the elephant?
Nah.
So so there's a bunch of blind men and they go to touch an elephant, try to describe what it's like. Someone's touching the trunk, someone's touching, the tail, someone's touching the thick hide of the feet. And what they're all describing is, from their limited point of view, a version of the truth. So in Jain philosophy, there's a principle called anekantavad, which is the multiplicity of the truth, meaning that the truth itself is infinite. There's things that are completely false, but the actual truth is infinite. So that's why we can have
Okay,
things that appear to
I'm
be
talking about
contradictory.
karma, though. Is there an infinite amount of karma?
Right. Like I said, it's not infinite, but it's not finite either. It's uncountable.
Gotcha. So there's not an infinite amount.
No.
Okay. So that settles that. I don't even remember why we got on that now. Where did karma come from?
It's always existed, just like this universe that has always existed as well.
Can the gods affect how much karma is in the universe?
Yes, but because you're in charge of your own karma, the only way they can affect that is by giving you the right prescriptions on how to avoid accumulating karma. But
Well,
let's say
interesting.
we
How
believe
come
in
they've never appeared to anybody? Raise your hand in the audience if any of these invisible, non-existent gods have given you the information on how to keep your karma low. Let's see if there's any
well, they're
hands
all
coming
dead.
in.
They all died 2,000, 3,000 years ago because we believe
Oh,
in the time
what?
cycle, right? The Kali Yuga. So time is circular. And so they died in the fourth era. We're in the fifth era now, and in the sixth era there'll be like, oh, another thing I believe my religion is true is because it accurately predicted the Big Bang 3,000 years ago before it actually was scientifically thought out, right? I can tell you what my religion said about it
I
with
don't think it
Gen.
did.
Sure, you could search it up, but
I
Jan
don't think you
philosophy.
understand the Big Bang if you think your religion predicted it.
Right, Big Bang is the universe was compressed into a tiny ball, and from that tiny ball, all the matter and energy we see around us exploded into being. My religion describes that in very similar
Was it
terms, and
always
that
in a tiny ball?
no, so the universe goes through rebirth and death, right? So my universe believes that the universe
Gotcha.
has
So
always existed,
you
but the
believe in what I
observable
believe.
universe. Sorry, come again.
You believe what I believe. You're just an atheist.
No, because I assert that karma exists. I assert that objective morality exists, right? And that allows me to solve logical contradictions in the atheist worldview, right? Because if you don't hold my worldview, you're immediately caught up in a bunch of
So
contradictions.
you assume. No, I'm not caught up in a single contradiction. So you're assuming a solution. First of all, I think you're assuming a solution to a problem that doesn't exist. That's the first problem. But you understand that just asserting a solution to whatever problem you think you're having isn't a fix, right?
Um, in some instances, yes, but in this conversation specifically, no. I would disagree with that.
You would
So
disagree that just inserting an answer isn't a valid way of determining that your answer is true?
no, because in philosophy you need grounds to ground, morality, to ground knowledge,
No,
right?
you don't. You don't need morality to ground knowledge. Morality and
No,
knowledge are different categories.
sorry, maybe I misspoke there. Freudian slip or something. You need objective something. You need an objective grounding of something to establish objective morality, to
I don't
establish
believe in
objective
objective
knowledge.
morals. Why would I think they exist? That's a crazy thing to think.
Right. So if you're operating within a Christian paradigm, and if you there's no
I'm
good
not.
reason to think objective morals exist. Sorry. I have a tendency to speak long-windedly, but Christians don't have any reason to think objective morals exist because they're subject to the mind of God,
I agree
right?
that they just don't know that. But why would I think that like objective morals exist? What's the argument for that?
Right, because if you don't think objective morals exist, you are immediately, you immediately default to moral nihilism. I reject the idea that there's some
I
sort of
don't
any sort
agree.
of I reject the idea that there's any sort of moral subjectivism. You're either a moral absolutist or you're a moral nihilist. Because
I
any
disagree.
position, sure thing. Why would you disagree?
Because moral nihilism assumes that nothing matters, but that's actually not true. Because even if all you have are individual preferences, preferences matter to the individual, which means they have some form of matter.
That's not necessarily the definition of moral nihilism I've come across. Certainly, some moral nihilists, especially the angsty teenage ones, think nothing matters. But moral nihilists often just posit that there is nothing moral, right? Not that nothing matters. So
Well,
for
I
example,
agree. There's no such thing as true morals. They don't exist.
so then you're a moral
They're
nihilist.
completely dependent on no, I'm not a moral analyst. They're completely dependent on minds creating them. Like they're an abstract concept that minds invented.
Right, so you can believe things matter and still not hold to any standard of morality, which is, it seems that's what you're doing. I don't want to strawman you, but is that what you're doing? Like a lot of existentialist philosophers were moral nihilists, but they still believed that life has meaning.
Yeah, I think that life has meaning. Yeah,
Right, but
I mean,
you are
to
still
me,
a moral nihilist.
individual meaning. It doesn't have like universal meaning.
Right, I'm not too concerned with the meaning. What I'm saying is you are still a moral nihilist, though, because there is no moral subjectivism. You either believe in morality or you don't believe in morality. There's
No,
no spectrum
that's
of it.
subjective morals is a real category.
I mean, you're asserting that. I'm saying it's not, right? Because any position you
Oh,
have with
well, it is.
subjective morals without a grounding leads to moral nihilism.
That is meaningless to me. Whether or not it leads to moral nihilism has nothing to do with whether or not subjective morals exist.
But they don't, right? Because
Yeah, they do.
unless you can ground your morals in something,
You
they
don't have to
don't
ground
exist.
them. They're grounded in our brain. We invented them. Do you have to do you have to ground the storybook that somebody invented? No, it's our brains invented it.
You do have to ground the story, but because you
In
have to
what?
ground knowledge as well.
What's a
Epistemically,
fake
you have to
story
ground
grounded
knowledge as
in?
well. Sorry,
What's the story
I
about
have
a
a little bit of
unicorn
hearing.
grounded in?
It's grounded in our ability to, first of all, it's grounded in our ability to understand causal links, right? It's grounded in our ability to understand and process knowledge as well. So just because you're
Well,
saying
so
something,
are subjective
there's no.
morals. Subjective morals are grounded in the fact that we can invent them with our brains using our meat computers.
I mean, I think there's a difference. I'm talking more epistemically on how to ground them on a philosophical level. You're talking more so, like how Sam Harris did in The Moral Landscape, where Sam Harris talks about how morals are invented in the human subconscious. But the reason his arguments fail, and I think yours doesn't work either, is because there's no epistemic grounding to it, right? Just
It
because you
doesn't.
invent them
It
doesn't make
does. I
them
just told
morals.
you. No, they are. They're subjective. They're just subjective to your own mind. You keep saying, listen, you can't say that morals are subjective because then they're not objective. I know they're not objective. We agree. They're
Yeah.
subjective. They're something that our minds, they depend on our mind to be created.
Yeah, and I'm saying that doesn't exist, right? Unless you can ground morals
What do
in
you mean it doesn't
something, they're not
exist?
morals at all. They're just
It's wrong.
preferences.
It's wrong to spank a baby. Did I just invent that? Did I just say
It's a
that with my
preference, it's
brain?
not a moral.
It is
That's
a
a
moral.
preference you hold.
That's what morals are. Morals are preferences for behavior.
I guess we're definitionally disagreeing then, right? But morals for me
The
are, it's a
definition of
claim.
subjective morals are rules of right and wrong that come from people's groups or cultures. They are not fixed facts of the universe. Instead, they change based on a person's feelings, social customs, and human choices. Yes, it's a form of morality that just isn't objective. That's it.
So those are preferences, but they're not
I
claims about
agree.
what's right or wrong,
They
right?
are. They're claims about what you think are right or wrong. There is no such thing as objective morals.
The simplest way I would put it is you can't do addition or multiplication without even knowing numbers. Therefore, you can't have
Yeah,
moral
you can.
claims. That goes into logic. So, do you believe the laws of logic hold in this universe?
I don't think the laws of logic hold in every part of the universe. I think the quantum level brings a little bit of difficulty, but I don't think
Mhm.
anything obeys the laws of logic. And I, just like morals, I don't think the laws of logic exist. The laws of logic are a language that we invented to describe the behavior and function of the universe. The idea that something is what we call it is not a law
Mhm.
that the universe is behaving. When we say that's a screen, it's a
Yeah.
screen because we called it a screen. It can't not be a screen because we decided it
Mhm.
was a screen.
So let's say all humans disappeared from Earth tomorrow, right? If a monkey, let's say a monkey's bartering with someone, right? And he puts two sticks together, right? One stick plus one stick equals two sticks. Why is it that one plus one still equals two,
It doesn't.
even though all humans are gone? Why
It
is that?
doesn't.
Why would one plus
One
one
plus
not
one
equal
is an
to human?
evaluation. When no one's there to evaluate it, it doesn't have any value.
I think I would disagree with that. I think 1 plus 1 equals 2 is a logical claim about
It's not a
how.
logical claim. I mean, it's a logical claim by human brains, but if there has never been any human around, 1 plus 1 is a meaningless statement. You need
But the
somebody, you need a
words,
mind to determine what the word one means.
yes,
So
the
if there were
words itself.
if there's never any human being, the concept of one, the concept of two would have never been invented. So the idea wouldn't exist. Ideas come from brains.
I think that's a word concept fallacy, but I might be wrong. But I do think that's a word concept fallacy because I'm not talking about the numbers, right? I can say in Hindi, ek plus ek ka do hota hai, or I can say 1 plus 1 equals 2,
Mhm.
right? It's not about the language I'm speaking or the way I'm perceiving it. It's that um, it's that when you put one thing with another thing, it necessarily, like multiplication, addition, all these laws of mathematics that we've discovered already existed. We just discovered them and ascribed meaning and names and words to them. And you take away the meaning, the names, and the words, those
Oh, I
laws of
disagree.
logic will still hold.
No, the laws of logic wouldn't exist. Nothing is obeying the laws of logic. The laws of logic are something we came up with to describe the already existing thing.
Okay. Uh, I guess if you're okay with it, do you think we could move on to the conversation I brought up earlier about the Big Bang and how
You're,
my religion proved the Big
you're
Bang?
you're welcome to, but you understand that what you're trying to do is the reification fallacy, and you should know that one.
No, I don't. Please educate me.
It's when you take an abstract and try to convert it to a noun. You take an abstract idea, and then you try to make it into a thing. It's also known as concretism.
Concretism. Right, and how is that a fallacy? Because we have to describe abstract ideas, right?
Because abstract ideas like science is an abstract idea, but it's a process. But the minute you say that science is a thing, like you're saying, I got a bag of science, well, now you're committing the reification fallacy. Science isn't a thing. Just like the laws of logic. The laws of logic are descriptive. They're not a thing. They don't exist. You have to understand that they're abstract concepts. They aren't things that actually exist.
But I just to go back to earlier. So if no one with a conscious was able to perceive the laws of logic existing, you would say that there is no logic, that there is
They didn't
like
perceive
you
the
think
laws
our
of
entire
logic. They
system of
invented
mathematics
them.
is created.
They didn't perceive them. They invented them.
So like Euclidean geometry, for example, right? There's
Yeah.
rules in Euclidean geometry. We
Mhm.
just discovered these rules exist, right? Like a triangle has 180 degrees. We
No,
ascribe the name, the degrees, the
the
terminology to
rules
them.
don't exist. We invented them.
But these
The
occur in
rules
nature.
are just describing what we would consider constants, something that is always the case. That's it.
Yes, and so like even in nature, a triangle, a perfect triangle, if you found one in nature, would have 180 degrees, and we're ascribing the name of triangle, we're ascribing degrees and all of that, but that still exists. The idea,
The
the
object, you
concept.
mean? No, the idea doesn't exist. The object exists.
So if I don't want to get your worldview wrong, but you think all of our ideas and thoughts are all materialistic in nature?
Yeah, 100%. They're in our brain.
So like if I have a dream, that's still materialistic?
Yeah, it's a brain state.
And we know that because, hi, I'm Venus. Hi,
Hey,
Jane.
Venus,
I
good to
was
see you,
listening
friend.
to the. Hi, good to see you too. So when it comes to something like dreams, we can tie them to the brain and to experience by virtue of the fact that we can analyze the dreams of people who are blind from birth or deaf from birth or both. Oh, I don't know about both. I don't think I've seen that one. But essentially, when they have dreams, their dreams do not include pictures. If we're getting if dreams are more than just information stored in the brain from experience-based data that our brains are sort of pruning through, then we would have people seeing things that they've or experiencing things in their dreams that they've never experienced or seen before. So if you don't have eyes and you don't dream pictures, that means dreams comes from the experiences that we have, which are ultimately rooted in the brain.
That's actually an excellent point, Miss Venus. Um, I will need to consider that later on. I will say though is that if you hold that materialistic worldview, right, there you have no counter to hard solipsism. There's
Neither do
nothing
you.
that could prevent me from saying, "Hey, the universe started last Thursday," or there's nothing preventing me from saying, like I've never existed in the past. You
You don't have a
can't.
counter for it either.
I do because I'm asserting that there's universal constants like objective
I don't care if
morality.
you assert. How do you know? But solipsism isn't about asserting a solution. It's about knowing whether or not the solution exists. How do
I'm
you
not an
know you're not a
evidentialist.
brain? How do you know you're not a brain in a vat? Well, because I mean, you don't know it because you can't prove it, right?
In
Everything
your
could
worldview,
be
you don't
in a
know it.
dream state in any worldview. So you have no guarantee that the things that are happening in your head are actually happening in your head and that there's anything outside of your head. You could
Yeah.
very well just be sleeping in a vat and you would have no way to prove otherwise. You can assert that you're not, but anyone
Mhm.
can do that.
Yeah, in most worldviews you wouldn't, but I reject evidentialism. I'm not an evidentialist,
Well, then
right?
I reject your religion. If that's all it takes is just say I reject it, then great, cool, we're done.
Well, what I'm saying is, in my paradigm, I believe in sorry, I'm having a hard time with words. Coherentism, right? I believe that you can't ground anything. Have you heard of Agrippa's trilemma? That
No.
No. So essentially, every single claim either goes into an infinite regress, can't be answered, or wait, I'm sorry, I don't want. Please, yeah, please forgive me for. I don't want to mislead you on this, right? You cannot
Hmm.
prove any truth or justify any belief because it leads into one of three things: circular reasoning, infinite regress, or dogmatism,
So
right?
that would
So
apply to you then.
it doesn't apply to me because
Well,
I
then the claim is
I
wrong.
assert dogmas. I'm asserting dogmas, right? So every single
But how
position
do you know the
falls
dogma is
into
true? I mean,
because
I can
it's the
assert a
most
dogma.
coherent worldview,
I will
right?
invent a dogma, and my dogma is that I have grounding, and my dogma is ground in my dog. That was easy.
Um, sure. So let's say you do that, right? Then it's a discussion of which one of our worldviews is more coherent. My worldview is more coherent because it's an ancient tradition with people who've practiced,
So being
versus you're
old
just.
makes it more coherent.
I'd say in the absence of all other things being equal, something coming from a long-standing tradition versus you just subscribing something to your dog makes one worldview more coherent. In with everything else being equal,
Why?
that makes it more coherent.
Why does some things antiquity have to do with it being more true?
Um, it's not more true. It's more coherent. Is what I'm
Why?
saying.
What's more coherent about it?
Because you can't just take one part of our tradition and just you can't just cherry pick like I like that, I like that, I like that, versus not subscribing to the whole tradition. These ideas
I didn't
came in a
take any
whole
of your
package.
tradition. I'm saying that my worldview is grounded in my dog. What about it?
So how does your dog ground objective morality? Because
Oh, because I
karma
said
grounds
so.
objective
Well,
morality.
no, there is no objective morality.
Okay, how does your dog ground causality?
My dog doesn't ground causality. My dog created causality and then it existed forever.
So how is causality being sustained then?
It doesn't need sustaining.
Causality does need sustaining.
Why?
Because unless you have something sustaining causality, there's no way to empirically prove that one action always leads to another action.
Why does that need
You
to be
need some.
sustained?
It needs to be consistently grounded, because unless you have a
Why?
consistent.
You keep
Right,
you, you
because
keep asserting that it must. I'm asking why. Why must it have a sustainer? Once it's set into place, why can't it just be in place?
just be because you can't. It very well could be. I would agree. It very well could be that once it's set in place, it's always in place. But if you hold to that position, you can't prove it. You can't prove it at all.
Well, neither
There's
can
no
you.
empirical.
There's no proof
Right.
for your worldview either. Your only proof is you asserted it, and I'm demonstrating that I can assert fake proofs too.
I'm not asserting any. I am
The
asserting
difference is I
dogmas,
know
right?
my proof is fake. I know my claim is fake. You think yours is real, but it's
I'm
just
not
not.
asserting any dogmas. So I misspoke. I'm so sorry. Proofs, right? I don't believe in proofs. I don't believe in evidentialism, right? I think we're all led to Agrippa's trilemma one way or the other. That's why I think the way we solve this conundrum of whose worldview is right is you look at who has the more coherent worldview. And my worldview is more coherent because it comes
How?
from a long-standing tradition, versus
It's not
yours comes from your
it's not
dog.
more coherent.
I
Something
mean, we've
coming from
had
a long-standing tradition has nothing to do with its coherence.
all other things being equal, this worldview where everything ties in together perfectly is more coherent than something
Why?
coming from a dog.
What's more coherent about it?
Because okay, sorry, I should have addressed this. Because you don't believe that your dog existed before he was a dog,
No, he
right?
always did. He just manifested in my life
So what reason would he have to manifest as a dog in your life?
because he likes being a dog, and I take really good care of my dogs.
Right. So you're
Seem
saying
pretty
that
obvious.
you're the best dog owner in the world.
Maybe not the best. I'm pretty damn good though.
Okay, well, I'm sure you are. I've seen how you play with your cats. It's really adorable. But what I'm saying is, if you don't think you're the best dog owner in the world, what reason would he have to manifest into your life?
Because he
Right? Like
wants
if you
to.
don't
Like,
hold my
imagine he
worldview, you're
already manifested it into the ownership of the best dog ever, or best dog owner. Okay,
so why wouldn't
well,
he just stay there?
why would he? Maybe he wants
Because he could
diversity.
have a much better time with that person
Why
than
would you think that? He already spent time with that person.
right? This is hard solipsism,
No,
right?
it's
It's
not.
like
This is not even
not hard
closer.
solipsism, but
This is not
it's a
even
version of
related to it.
solipsism. Yeah, it's a version of solipsism. It's like I can ascribe anything to anything, right? There's no coherence to it.
That's what you're saying. Yes, you're saying you have a solution for whatever problem, and you're
Yeah.
just asserting the solution, which is what I'm trying to tell you. You can't just
Yeah, I
assert a
am asserting
solution
a
and then
dogma. I'm
claim
just
that your
asserting it.
solution is the thing. You have to prove it.
Mhm. That's why I can say that Hitler was evil, right? I can assert that
Well, so can I.
because I have objective morality.
No, you don't. You have to prove that. You have to prove you have objective morality. You don't get to invent it. What's the proof that
Why is the
morals are
burden of proof
objective?
on me? Why
Because
is
you're
the burden of
claiming it.
proof on me?
Because you're the one that claims it exists.
Um, but I could very well say like we operate as though objective morality exists, so
I
you
don't.
have to claim that doesn't.
I
You
don't,
don't
and
operate
I don't
as.
think most people do either.
I think most people do that. Like if we see
Nah.
like a pedophile or someone doing heinous acts, we think that's wrong, even
What
though
about somebody?
who
What
knows?
about somebody spitting on somebody else?
I think in most it depends on the situation.
I know. What about
But
slavery?
I think slavery was always wrong, and my religion
Well,
condemned
weird
it.
because most of the world didn't for a long period of time. It's almost like they don't act as though there's some kind of objective morals because they've been disagreeing about what is moral for all of time.
Hmm. I guess to make a quick tangential point, my religion condemned slavery and the caste-based system 5,000 years before
Okay.
it. So I don't know, just a tangential point that it doesn't apply to us. But also, they objectively thought, like Christians, like Paul, objectively thought that it's okay to own slaves, right? And
So
then
what?
you
I'm
had
not a
pure.
Christian. I don't know why you keep bringing
Well,
up
I understand that,
Christianity.
but I'm saying other religions still hold to. They perceive objective morals to exist, is what I'm saying. Paul thought objective morals were real,
Well, he's
for since.
wrong.
Well, but your claim specifically was that most people operate as though objective morals don't exist, and I'm disagreeing with that claim.
I'm disagreeing that most people behave as though morals are subjective because they won't say that something is always good or always bad. Everything's situational. It was okay then, it's not okay now. It was okay for you, it's not okay for me. My kid can do it, but your kid can't do it. Everybody behaves as though they have their own set of morals. Are there some morals that they agree on? Yes, they'll say it's just a wrong to harm a child. A lot of people will say that. And it feels in that moment like they believe in objective morals, but that's not what that means. It doesn't mean that they believe in objective morals.
This argument sounds very similar to the one Christopher Hitchens makes. I love Hitchens. I should have worn his shirt while I came on the call. But what you're saying, what Hitchens says essentially, is that people operate in all these different ways. So we have no reason to think objective morals exist, right? Because people think slavery was okay at one point, but then it's not okay at another point, right? But what I'm saying is that those people still thought and behaved as though objective morality existed because the actions they were doing they thought were objectively moral or immoral in that time frame. They could have been wrong. They didn't know what objective morality was, but they were still behaving as though it existed.
But again, what I'm telling you is that on any moral position, you're going to find people behave differently. There's going to be some people that have really strong opinions that are going to say things that feel like they're making an objective claim. And then there's going to be some issues where people don't make objective claims because it's not always clear. People behave the way that they want to. Now, let's imagine for a second that people did behave as though morals are objective. So fucking what? That doesn't mean they're objective. That just means people think that they have a universal moral system. That doesn't mean anything to me. Like, you can't just say that morals are objective because people believe it.
Right, I'm not saying that. I'm saying what I meant, what the conversation was leading to was that if people behave as though objective morals exist, the burden of proof lies on you to prove
No,
that objective
no,
morals
it
don't
doesn't.
exist.
No, behaving away has nothing to do with whether or not the thing that they are behaving in accordance to is true. People behave in a way that Santa Claus is real for, the first couple of years of their life here in the Western world. It doesn't make Santa Claus true.
So how can you say, for example, that the Holocaust was wrong or evil? Or maybe let's take something more mundane. How can I don't know, you give your own example. How can you say that thing is wrong?
But pretty easy. It's wrong. I just did it. See how easy that was?
But that's circular reasoning.
It's
That's
not
Agrippa's
circular.
trilemma. That's
It's a,
circular reasoning. It's
no,
wrong
it's
because
not.
it's
It's
wrong.
my subjective opinion. I'm not saying it's objectively wrong. When I say something's wrong, I'm saying, in my opinion, it is wrong. I think it causes harm. Wrongness in my worldview isn't a universal claim. Wrongness in my worldview, because my moral framework is one of mostly do the least amount of harm. I can say, according to my framework, this is wrong. Just like once you know the rules to chess, you can say, that's a wrong move.
I would also say then, if that's your worldview, you're still caught up in a contradiction. In
What's the
that, if your
contradiction?
worldview is generally do the least amount of harm, you could very easily do that by becoming vegetarian, as my people are, or vegan, which I am, right?
Well,
And
I
so
am a
if you don't,
vegetarian.
oh, you are a vegetarian?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Except I do
cool.
eat fish, so fuck fish. They're like flappy trees.
Okay, well, I mean, anyways, my point is that fish can still feel pain, so why do you consume them? And overfishing really harms our natural environment. If your
Because
purpose is
like most fish live short lives and will die of predation anyways. You don't really save them anything by not eating them.
I agree with that, but overfishing greatly damages environments. So why contribute to that?
I'm not sure overfishing is the problem as much as creating proper regulations.
Sure. Well, what about milk? Do you consume milk?
Yeah, I do consume dairy. And again, it depends on if you're getting ethical dairy. There's ethical ways to get dairy. In fact, my family used to own a dairy farm.
Yeah, so I actually am not fully vegan, I guess, because I drink the milk from the cows on my family's farm.
Yeah, I'm not
This got
vegan.
really
But my
well.
point is very clear, right? Even if I wasn't, that wouldn't
Yeah,
that doesn't mean anything to what we're talking about. All that
but
would
it's a
mean is that I'm a
contradiction.
hypocrite. No, it's not a contradiction. It's hypocrisy.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. It is hypocrisy. I guess. I guess what I would. I guess the. I don't know. To just conclude, right? I guess I would say my God is good first because he's the only real God, or not uh, uh, monotheism. Screw monotheism. My gods are good because they're the only real gods, and because the moral prescriptions they've laid out for us, such as not owning slaves, getting rid of the caste system, complete nonviolence to the point of vegetarianism, are good, right? Therefore, my gods are good because one, they're real. Two, the knowledge they brought, like predicting the Big Bang and so what. And three, the moral prescriptions they've laid out for us. So my gods are good.
Sure, but first, the problem that you're going to have is if you think your gods have the power to I would say, prevent or even end suffering and they don't do it, then you've got
Yeah.
the same problem as the monotheistic gods. Inaction, when you could prevent it, would be considered bad.
I wouldn't believe that because I'm a deontologist. So I think when you insert yourself into a situation, you necessarily take on moral burdens, right?
So,
And so
so
because the
if you
world
had a
we're
button
living,
that would prevent all sexual assaults, you wouldn't press it?
I I would press it, but according to my worldview, if I was fully following my worldview, I would not. No.
That's crazy.
So
So you got
no, I'm a
you
hypocrite.
got a contradiction now, don't you?
Yeah, you're right. That was a faulty line of reasoning, and I'm sorry. So I would press it, but if I subscribe fully to my worldview, I don't think it would be moral to press it.
Why?
Because inaction is the only state in which you can't accumulate karma.
So do
I
you think it's wrong if you let's imagine tomorrow you go out on
mm-hmm,
the street and you see an old lady getting mugged
mm-hmm,
in the street, would it be wrong? Let's imagine they're getting mugged by like a 12-year-old child that you can easily subdue, and you just
yeah.
let the 12-year-old child mug the old lady. Did you do something wrong?
No, you did something good, and that therein lies the problem. So if you give me just a minute, I'll explain this,
If you
right?
stop the mugging, you're doing something good. You wouldn't do it.
I would yes. Ugh. I would stop the mugging, but not if I fully subscribe to my worldview. I would not. But stopping the mugging is a good thing, right? So
Why?
because it leads to good karma, which is called punya.
Who gets the good karma? Do you get it?
I get the good karma for helping the woman. Yes.
Oh, so you get good karma for helping the woman. Does she get good karma?
I guess it depends on what she did afterwards. She might
So
get
if
good karma.
if
She might get
both
no
of
karma.
you get good karma,
Yeah.
if you get good karma for helping, that means
Mm-hmm.
your motive, right? You should be
Mm.
driven to help people because it brings good karma. But
No.
the gods would be under the same requirement. If it's good to help people, then that means
Yeah.
they should also help people.
Yeah, the purpose that's what you're not understanding is that the purpose of the Jan life is not to accumulate good karma or bad karma. It's to not accumulate any karma. So if I accumulate bad karma, I'll be born as an insect or I'll go to hell to burn in hell for a little while. If I accumulate good karma, I'll go to heaven, right? But the
You don't
goal
want to
is
go to
not to
heaven.
no, the goal is not to go to
So
heaven. Well,
heaven's
I do want to
bad.
go to heaven. No, it's you're
So
creating a
good
dichotomy.
karma sends you to a bad place?
No, good karma sends you to heaven. Heaven is not a bad
Is
place,
heaven
but
good?
heaven is not the place you want to end up. Heaven is just another, heaven is temporary, right? So you
Is
want to
it good
escape
though?
this. It is very good. It's very
What's
pleasurable.
good about it?
You have all your desires fulfilled. You get superpowers and a bunch of other stuff.
So having your desires fulfilled is good.
No. Oh, it depends, I guess. It depends.
Is it good here?
Having your desires, it depends on what the desires are. If you desire to lead a more holy life, it's not bad. But if I desire something sexually or materialistically, that is bad.
Why?
Why? Because my worldview says so, and my worldview is true because it's the most coherent one.
Well, that's not true at all. It's certainly not coherent. We've already demonstrated that because you think that it's good to allow
Mm-hmm.
a woman to get mugged, but then it also brings you good karma to prevent the mugging. But also, you don't want the good karma and you don't want to do the good thing because you don't want to go to heaven. You actually want to not exist. That's
So
crazy.
again, it's a word concept fallacy because I'm using the word good and bad in two different ways because our philosophy is written in Sanskrit and I'm having a little bit of a hard time translating it to English. What I'm saying is that heaven is a good place,
Oh,
right?
I've got
Oh,
something for you. Shoot me a message, an email after this. I actually literally am just finishing up a website with all of these texts that I'm translating. Although when I say I'm translating, I'm using science to translate them. I only know Greek and Hebrew, but I should have a translation for that.
translation for what?
I have your holy texts in a database, and I'm working right now on getting proper translations for some of the untranslated texts.
Wow, the agams, you mean?
I've got everything. I've got every holy book in existence at this point. I just have to start going through and translating them properly. But and by
That's wonderful.
translating, I mean letting it an actual translation AI model step through it, one phrase at a time.
Yeah. My Eagle Scout project was translating the Jan Agams into English for the use of my temple, and it was horrible. If I just waited 2 more years, ChatGPT could have done that so much better for me.
I know. And nowadays we have
Yeah.
models. Even there are the Opus 5 model can actually
Hmm.
do a certain amount of Akkadian at this point. The
Wow.
problem is it struggles with context. It struggles with narrative. It
Hmm.
can struggle a little bit with what's the word I'm looking for? With improper conjugations. So you still have to go back through it. Like you have to
Yeah.
give it to a professional and go back through it and say,
Hmm.
listen, I need you to correct the bullshit from the AI model, but it's pretty good now.
Hey, I'm actually in touch with the UNT in North Dallas as the biggest Gen research um, college department in the world. So we could, if you're interested after the call, maybe we could get their help if you want someone to comb through the
Yeah,
translations
for
or something.
sure. Yeah, send me some contact
Yeah.
information. I'd love to send it to them once I get it done so they can tell me where it fucked up because I can feed that information back into Claude and Claude on Opus
Yeah.
5 can make corrections in the future.
Sure thing. Yeah, I'd love to get in touch with you. And I've watched probably like 100 hours of your videos on YouTube. Seriously,
Well,
I'm
I
really big
appreciate you
into
watching.
yeah, really big into Christian theology and all that. But just I don't want to take too much more of your time if you want to get to other calls. But I want
Well,
to.
I probably have time for maybe I'm at this point I kind of have to read super chats. I've got about a half hour
Mhm,
left. So I don't really
mhm,
have time for another caller, but I mean I thought we had some interesting talking points. It took a while for the conversation to get going, but I think
mhm.
we got to cover quite a bit of ground. And I have to say,
Yeah,
you're the first Janus that I've ever talked to that actually seems to know something about their religion.
thank you. It's just Jan, by the way.
Oh, Jan, not Jane.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh shit. Okay, well I've been saying it wrong.
Yes, and if you could just give me 20 seconds, if that's all right with you, Justin,
Sure.
to
Yeah,
clarify,
yeah.
I think a misconception you might have had, right?
Hmm.
So in Jain cosmology, there's hell, there's heaven, but there's also a place called Siddha Shila, which is where all of our gods reside. So Jain subscribe to the full Hindu pantheon. We believe in Vishnu, we believe in Shiva, we believe in Indra, all the Hindu gods we believe in, right? But we believe they're demigods that reside in heaven, right? The ultimate goal of life is not to end up in heaven because your time there is not permanent. It's to go to Siddha Shila, which is, I guess you could say, the heaven above the heavens, where you're in a perfect state of inaction, right? And so while it is good to do good things and get good karma, it's not the ultimate good because the ultimate good is to go to Siddha Shila. If that clarifies a misconception, or maybe I don't know.
Yeah, I think that clarifies. Also, I hear some people saying the guest audio dropped out. Did my audio drop out or just the guest? 'Cause I'm listening on the vertical stream right now. The vertical stream's got audio, so you must be referring to the horizontal stream. I can hear the guest. TikTok can hear the guest, right? Everyone can hear the guest except for the horizontal stream. I have to see. There must be some. My driver must be dropping the audio somewhere and not keeping, not being able to reconnect on the audio pipeline. I'll have to look into that. Let me. I'm checking it right now, and let's see. I can't hear myself on the horizontal stream, so it's obviously the horizontal stream. So let's do this, buddy. I've got to restart my YouTube stream, unfortunately, so I can read super
Mhm.
chats. It'll only take a minute, but I'll let you off now. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you. You were cordial. I think we had a fun conversation. I learned a lot, and I hope you can learn as you watch the streams.
Thank you. Can I hope to see this video on your YouTube?
Yeah, it'll be up.
Yay.
All
Bye.
right, cheers, buddy. Take care. All right, friends. I'm going to restart the feed real quick so the audio picks back up. I don't know why it's doing that. I have to look into why it's dropping out, but not too big of a deal. Give me like 10-15 seconds. I'll be right back. The stream's going to stutter, but it'll be fine. Okay, I think we should be back. I assume here in a couple of seconds, everyone will be able to hear me. Venus, you can hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you. Your voice was really high pitched for a second.
Yeah, when I first restarted, it takes a second for the audio to level. It anyways, it's neither here nor there. Audience, you should be able to hear me now, right? We're good over here on YouTube. Sorry about that. This is something that I didn't know could or would have been an issue. Usually audio is the thing that works really well, not the video is the part that fucks up your driver typically. But before we read any super chats, hey, I've got a link in the description of my YouTube videos to help our friend Venus. If you were here for the prior stream, there is a GoFundMe link inside of the descriptions of the YouTube video, and it's to help our friend Venus, who is just got accepted to a biomedical program in Australia and doesn't have a computer yet and doesn't have money for a computer, but needs to go to school. And those of us who went to college in this particular manner, who lived on somebody's couch and ate ramen noodles for all 4 years, understands the struggle. So, if you have anything to give, go to the description in the comments, find the link to the GoFundMe. It would be greatly, greatly appreciated. We're getting closer to what I thought our goal would be, like how much I think we
Justin,
would be able to
I
raise.
reckon,
We just need a little bit more.
when's the next time you're going live?
Today's Wednesday, right? It'd be Friday.
I reckon for the Friday stream, I'll be like, can I join then? And we'll do the last one?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, because I want to make sure I'm ready and on camera so I can, talk to everyone and put in, some effort into the discussions because I don't want to feel like I'm just like freeloading. I joined so late, but it's 9 o'clock. I needed 12 hours. And J Mike, stop lying on me in chat. J Mike has been spamming the chat. If you all know J Mike, he's lying and saying Venus told me she was a theist. I don't know who gave you that poison sandwich, but that wasn't me. J Mike and his fucking sandwiches. I never said I was a theist, dude. Stop lying in chat.
I know you're not, so it'd be okay.
How do you
If
know
you
that? You
were
can't ground
though,
knowledge.
oh fuck, you're right. You're right. I have a confidence that you're not, but I could also be a brain in a vat. So
Yeah, me too. I could just
I'm
be
in a lot
a
of trouble, huh?
hallucination of you. I'm not like real. The GoFundMe isn't even
Yeah,
real. It's all just a hallucination.
nothing's real. Oh goodness. And nothing else mattress. All right. Well, friends, I'm going to read through our super chats. We got a bunch of super chats left. As I said on the last stream, we're only doing 4-hour streams here in August. I'm reading all the super chats that are $4.99 and over, so that we don't spend a quarter of our August live streams reading super chats. But I appreciate everyone who helps to support the channel and all the subscribers that are on the Patreon or members of the channel itself. It really does help quite a bit. And Real Marcus Holloway says, dude is obsessed with leaving Faith. It's creepy. Yeah, that you missed it earlier, Venus. Sarah came in and our guest John really had a problem with her existing. It was he didn't like her. He really wouldn't have liked you. You would have told him straight, and it would have been pretty ugly, I would suspect. But
Damn.
we're here now.
I was fucking snoring. I was snoring.
That's all right. Hey, guitar. Well, your time zone's way different. A guitar secular atheist says calling a baby a sinner is disturbing. Get this baby a box of Kleenex. Yeah, it's crazy that there are sections of Christianity that will say that babies are sinful. That's bewildering to me. And Marduk, thank you for the super chat. Sarah, keep it the reactions. I think you mean keep up the reactions. It's my favorite part. I agree. I've gotten a lot of comments saying that Sarah's facial expressions are like giving them new life. Definitely a good thing. A carnivorous glunt, thank you for the super chat, friend, says, so typical for some guys to immediately be aggressive to a woman who seems to challenge them. It's just pathetic. That's what it seemed to me, because it happened fast. Before she said a word, he was already like, I don't like this woman laughing at me. Seemed maybe a little insecure. I don't know what's going on. We got some mommy problems. Gates of Delirium, hey, good to see you. And thank you for being a member for over a year. The misogyny people, like, this dumb caller throw out there is so stunning. They always only criticize women for their facial expressions. True. And you'll find it too, like when it comes to like commenting on people's appearance, it happens way more often with women. Men are all the time obsessed with how women present themselves, but they don't give a damn about men. You can go outside as a guy and wear just about anything. Hey, Nine Ball Junkie says, keep laughing at these abhorrent ideas. That's exactly what these ideas deserve. Rock hard for Doug. Yes, that's true. The minute you say that it's like babies are born sinful, so they're sinful, that's crazy to me. Or that God is just but not fair. What are you talking about? Mediocre Thoughts, good to see it, says atheists couldn't convincingly lie to poor people about their situation is a weird flex, but checkmate atheists, I guess. Yeah, the assumptions that they make about what atheists can and cannot do or what their life is like is weird to me. It's like they've never met one. Even when I was a Christian, I wouldn't have said that kind of nonsense. Cram says Enlightenment Christians stopped you from the Inquisition, burning witches, making slaves, subjugating women and children. Yes. Enlightenment Christians, uh, well, Enlightenment Christians were the ones that started to abandon the Bible. They were the ones that started to bring in humanism and critique. In fact, one of the earliest Reformation, I don't know, people, I guess you would call them. One of my Desiderius Erasmus, one of my favorite humanists, was the one who set about trying to make a critical edition of the Greek New Testament, and he was greatly criticized for it. But that's what humanism got us. Deep study into what was actually true without assuming that the churches got the truth. Dave, thank you for the super chat, friend, says, Dear Americans, our condolences for people like John. It's true. And his sorts being the USA's future. You're doomed. Yeah, we're doomed. It's if there was only a couple people like John, right? If it was a small like segment of the population, it wouldn't be so bad. But you have to understand, there's so many of them. There's so many people in our particular population who believe this nonsense that like it's inescapable. You can't get rid of them. You're surrounded by them. They vote. It's wild. But you know, we're gonna deconvert them one at a time. That's the goal. A guitar secular atheist again says, I just looked it up. Alex O'Connor never said any prophecies in the Bible came true. Caller is a liar. See, that's what I thought. I don't think it was a talking point to me that was worthwhile fact checking because I wanted to get into other stuff. But I was like, that seems weird that Alex thinks that they were fulfilled. Now, I could just didn't want like Alex because he's so like humble, saying, I don't know, some of these prophecies are hard to explain. I could see him saying that, but I can't see him saying that the Bible prophecies literally came true. 612 says literally chaos theory and fractals in nature predict patterns and order. Well, you know what? You're probably right, 612 Zeus. I don't know what either of those things are. Chaos theory, I've heard. I think I heard Matt D mention it, but I actually don't know what it is. I'll just have to take your word for it. Guitar secular atheist coming in again. Says caller claims to know how the universe works, yet still hasn't even read his own book. Now that's fair. If you believe in a religion that has all the answers and you believe those answers are in your book, but you didn't read the book, I got some concerns. Like that, it just seems silly to me. And Game Guy, good to see you again, says, I can't see Sarah's face, and it better not be because this baby Philbro was crying about her facial expressions. We love the faces you both make. Thank you, Game Guy. And yes, it was the facial expressions, and they were top notch. Some of the best, even. When she does like this, like it's, something's going down. You can have the conversation on mute and just follow Sarah's facial expressions. That's how good they are. PDX Geek says outside of time is dumb. Agreed. Dude should just say in a meta time outside of our time. See, this is my claim, PDX, every time. Rather than saying God is outside of time, just say that he is in a different time that has always existed just like him. Easy. Done. Or you could say some bullshit like time is contingent on God, so it always existed because he existed. There's solutions for this. They're bullshit, but there are solutions. Saying he's outside of time is not one. Guitar Secular coming in again. Fuck, guy. Thank you for all the super chats. Says, caller, your God invented the earth before the sun. Yeah. Yeah, that's a crazy one. And rivers that are dependent on rain before rain. So like Genesis 2, like I think 2 of the 4 rivers are mountain rivers, like they are formed from mountain runoff. Like, but you need rain for that. Do you really believe that that is how it happens? How about the plants before the sun? Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it depends on your belief. A plant could survive 24 hours without sunlight. It's stupid, to be fair, for God to make plants before the sun. That's stupid, but it is at least possible. I'll give him that one. Master Machetier, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. There is an infinite subdivisions of space between any two hands, yet I can clap. True, because this is not an infinite amount of distance, but you can subdivide any distance an infinite amount of times. Although I don't know if that's exactly true. Um, you can maybe infinitely divide space, but I don't think you can infinitely divide time. But if space time is connected, then you can. I don't know. I gotta look into that one. But God Eating Penguin, thank you for the super chat and for being a member over a year. That was an incredibly metal way to respond to seeing Jesus. Hell yeah, Justin. That's what I'm fucking. Listen, if Jesus fucking showed up to me, or I found Jesus after I die, and it turned out that he actually existed, and I'm like, oh, you didn't fucking save 3 million children a year of dying painfully of starvation. You thought that was dope, and then, like they don't always get to heaven. Sometimes, like babies go to hell, depending on your Christian worldview, or good people just dying in horrific ways, like in the Holocaust. Why? What's the point of this? Bugit says apologists are called charlatans. I don't think they rate that high. Maybe closer to Charlotte sixes or Charlotte sevens. Oh, this is okay. That's a good play on words. It's not a Charlotte 10, Charlotte 6, maybe. This is the first joke I've ever heard. This is the first pun I would say that I've ever heard on the word charlatan. And Bugit, buddy, I'm here for it. This was an amazing joke, top from bottom. And Guitar Secular Atheist coming in again. Thank you so much. Says that's funny. My kids are Christians, and I don't judge them for their beliefs. I hope eventually they'll wise up and actually study the Bible for what it is. You know what? Yes, we all agree with you, but also they will. They'll think about it. It's hard when you're young because you don't know a lot of like science, you don't know that much about reality, and the idea of a mythical man in the heavens it feels comforting. But eventually you grow up and you stop believing in Santa. Hey, Paul, tired of this shit. Thank you for the super chat. Says you read my last super chat too fast. I'm sorry, I didn't mean. Where's the? I can find it for you. I did not put it in separate lines. Need for soundboard. Uh huh. Oh, true. We do need that when they're busy saying pointless, fatuous things. Keep up Doug's work. I'm sorry, Paul. Let me see real quick where that was. I only see one. So I've got a search tool built into my software now where I can actually just search for names, and I punched in Paul and it just comes up with this chat buddy. So I apologize, but I guess it just wasn't maybe it didn't make it. Maybe it didn't survive, Sometimes YouTube be like that. People don't think it do, but it be. It's gonna happen sometimes. Sorry that it got missed. I certainly wouldn't do it on purpose, my friend. And also, 9-ball junkie coming again. Sometimes it's astounding how many bad ideas one person can be convinced of. John's unpleasant enough to wear everyone down, but never outrageous enough for people to write them off. True. That's such a good point. There are some people where their views are so ridiculous, but they're not ridiculous enough for someone to think that they're absolutely crazy or dangerous, right? We do run into people where the minute they're talking, you're like, oh shit, this person's dangerous. But the reality is, John didn't really seem to be one of those persons. So it's I wouldn't classify him in the same way. But nonetheless, the ideas are dangerous. Dr. Joe, my friend, great to see you. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the super chat and for being a member for over a year. So that John can sleep tonight, please tell him that I have meaning and purpose every single day. It's wild that what people believe about atheists, that we're unhappy, we hate God, we don't have meaning, we just want to do sins. I mean, I enjoy doing my atheisms every now and then, but I mean, they're not sins. Like they're just being alive. Trude, thank you so much for the super chat. It says just because Sarah rocks. Fucking A. That's what I'm talking about. Sarah does rock. And thank you for being here, friend. Also, Peace Loving Kick says, Sarah, you are amazing and we love you. Don't change. He's an arrogant douche. That does seem to be the case, to be fair. And I agree with Matt. Fragile masculinity, that seems to be what we were witnessing, was a little bit of fragile masculinity. Maybe a lot of it, actually. John is definitely mad that Sarah has the audacity to speak to him while having a ha-hoo, or hoo-ha. That might be accurate, actually. I think you're onto something. And Mr. Brief says, just so that it's highlighted, John, you're an incel baby, grow up. John's getting torched. Absolutely torched tonight. John, if you're watching this, buddy, sorry about I hope you learned something. God Eating Penguin says, imagine getting pissed off at Sarah. I know. I wish she spoke to you like a child because you act like a child. Imagine if it was Venus. I bet he'd cry. That's what I was saying. Venus would fucking make him cry. One second.
I promise I'll have my camera on next time, guys. I needed my 9 hours of sleep tonight. I literally was trying to do my lab report and I couldn't stay up. I literally just knocked out because I had been like skipping sleep more than I should have. Just feel like, because I keep trying to get my own time back, and I'm like, no, you don't have that anymore. Your time is on the weekends.
You don't.
Your time is on the weekends, Venus.
Yeah. Guys, don't tell her what happens when she has kids. Well, just savor it. Savor your time. Carnivorous. I'm just joking. Anyone who has kids knows that it is true. You lose all of your free time basically, but it's so worth it. It's that's why people keep doing it. Carnivorous says, once this misogynist started getting offended by Sarah, I started to watch Justin. He laughed 2 times and the dude didn't freak out. That's what I'm saying. I told him I was making the same facial expressions as Sarah. How come he wasn't mad at me? Because he got butthurt that a woman was doing laughing. And I suspect this is rooted in I bet he's got some PTSD in his past of being laughed at by a woman. That might be, he might not be able to control himself when it happens in real life. I don't know. Who knows? Sufficiently advanced tautology, thank you for the super chat, says, if this clown John is upset, actually, I assume this is sufficiently advanced tautology. I think you might have changed the ending of your name with a ... Am I correct there, just to make sure? I could be wrong. I just want to make sure. But it says, if this clown John is upset that Sarah makes him feel insultingly inadequate, maybe it's because his arguments are inadequate and insulting. Dude definitely has never engaged with a woman before. Yeah. In multiple... Yes, exactly. In multiple ways, I would say. But nevertheless, I mean, we got 2 hours with him, and I think as bad as it was, I think there might have been some progress made. Flanker 130 says, we need to believe we are somehow deficient or lacking because it ruins our worldview that atheists can be fulfilled, happy people. Most of us are so much happier now that now and more moral. I mean, on the happier account, yeah, that seems to be the case. On the moral count, I think that usually is the case. It's hard to say for certain. But like, I hate to generalize all atheists, you know what I mean? But nevertheless, I know atheists, like in this community, that their life drastically improved once they left. I just think it's, people only think your life gets worse because they don't know what it's like to actually leave. Streaker Goal, hey, thank you for the super chat. and for being a member. It says, hey, Justin, love what you do. I wanted to ask, what do you say to people who say that Matthew 16:28 is about the transfiguration? To me, it seems like a huge cope, but I'd love to hear what you think. It is a huge cope, by the way. It's one of the worst. So the reason why it's bad is because if you read 27 and 28 are connected, by the way. They're not two different predictions. It talks about the coming of the Son of Man, coming in his kingdom with the angels. This is clearly the second coming. This is a reference to Daniel chapter 7, verse 14, where it talks about the one like the Son of Man coming on the clouds to meet Yahweh and receiving all the kingdoms. That's why Jesus continually calls himself the Son of Man. That is a messianic title, and it means exactly what he thought it means. It means he's going to do Daniel chapter 7. That's what it means. So when he references it here, it's obviously referring to his second coming. Also, it's stupid to say something like, some of you standing here will still be alive, but when I fucking transfigured, that's 6 days from now. If you just turn to chapter 17, it's only 6 days past. Why the fuck would you say that? What's the point? What's the point in saying, hey, some of you guys will still be alive in 6 days? Okay. It would if you're trying to like make a point, you said, listen, some of you motherfuckers are going to die within the next 6 days. You better watch out. That'd be a fair point. But just to say, hey, some of you will still be living. Okay. If his goal was to say, some of you will still be living in 6 days from now when I transfigure, all of the people there would be like, well, who the fuck's going to die? You can't just tell me that. What? Are you telling me some of us are going to be dead? It's just stupid. It's a dumb reading of the passage. Also, he didn't come from anywhere. Remember, he says he's going to come in the kingdom. Going up a mountain is going. You can't come with the clouds while you're going up a mountain. They're two different things. This is where just understanding basic grammar would do a lot of good. So that's why I would say, Steven, hey, thank you for the $50 super chat. I super appreciate it. Let's get 50 W's for Steven. Time to help the channel. Great job. Well, fucking nice, Steven. It does help the channel a whole lot, and I super appreciate it. Huge W. And Dennis says, W for previous super chat that critiqued the treatment of Sarah. Of all of them, yeah. If I could send this to you, I would. Sexist Buddy shouldn't have been platformed. Well, there is... You guys have seen me kick off misogynists when they're being overtly misogynist. I do like to leave a little bit of gray area. I mean, obviously to me, I think he had some issues with women. Was he purposely trying to be a misogynist? I don't know. My belief is it was subconscious. So like, I don't know. But
Like, I
the
feel like
conversation was long.
we've got to
kind of have to
talk
show
to
it.
them.
Yeah.
Like, we've got to show
How are we
people
gonna
what
change
this
them?
belief does, and sometimes how to engage with people like that. Not everyone, is around these people. So we also have to, I wouldn't say do our part, but tackle these beliefs, because misogynists are just going to stay misogynist if if no one pushes back. If no one tells them, hey, this is fucked up. It's not our job to change them, but it is our job to tell them that it's fucking wrong,
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. And like, if you think that what they believe is dangerous and you've got an audience that's watching, it's helpful to illustrate for your audience why these beliefs are dangerous, because you can see the result. You know what I mean? Now, if someone come up here and they were just purposely being misogynistic, insulting somebody and just being an ass, yeah, I'm obviously going to remove them. And you don't need to keep them up. There's no conversation there. But as long as you're still having conversation, moving towards the goal, I think you can tolerate some of the nonsense just so you can basically demonstrate the validity of your position. Atlas, my friend, thank you for the $10 super chat. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Hell yeah, I finally catch you live again. Well, I'm glad that you did. I left the USA for the first time and went to Sweden. Fucking A, I hope you had fun. I would love to visit. Got home and left for NanoCon. I unfortunately could not go to NanoCon. I think next year I'm going to try, though. Now I'm recovering from all the travel and stoked to be watching. Well, fuck. Jet lag's is a bitch. I hope you can get recovered. And hey, pop into the Discord, say hi to everybody. I'm sure they'll be happy to hear from you. William, hey, thank you for the 1234, bud. It says, hot take. If you have no morality outside of whatever you think God tells you, you're morally bankrupt. True, because there's actually not a good reason to like believe that what God is telling you is even good, right? If God tells you to do something, you don't know that that thing is good. You're assuming it's good. And that's not a system of morality technically, that's a system of obedience, because what's the point in obeying? Oh, well, the point in obeying is so that I don't get harmed by the God for disobeying. Oh, so it's just fucking self-preservation. Got it. Oh, and sufficiently advanced tautology, welcome back, says, if Jan's God is not a agent and does nothing, then it performs no moral actions and therefore can't be good. That's what I was saying. The categories of good, bad don't apply to things that aren't agents. Guy defeated his own argument. That's what I tried to tell him. Rock hard for Doug, fracked sideways for pebbles, gripping it by the husk. Fucking A, sufficiently advanced. That's what I'm talking about. Hey, thanks for the super chat, friend. And from House 70 says, me Tarzan, you Jane. Sorry, I couldn't help it. Here's a tithe for forgiveness. House, listen, we all make bad jokes. Now, the difference is I like bad jokes, so you don't have to worry about it here. In fact, I even give you a rim shot for your bad jokes. So W for being in the right place at the right time. And John, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Justin, can you add karma believing Mormon to the bingo card? I feel like it's now required. I got to be honest, when he said he visits the LDS church because he's got a social network there, I nearly gagged. I did not in any way expect those words to leave his lips. It was a wild thing to hear. But you know what? We've heard it all now. Guitar Secular Atheist coming in again. Thank you so much, damn. And thought I took a lot of trips and mushrooms. Well, yes. Once you get to like some weird Eastern mysticism where the goal of not getting karma means that you eventually not exist, but somehow that's better than being in heaven. I don't know what to tell you. Sufficiently advanced coming in again. Thank you. Says Jainism sounds the least coherent form of raw, unfiltered bong rip theology that I've ever heard. And I say that as an ex-restorationist Christian. Fuck. Yeah, that's pretty bad, actually. Yeah. But to be fair, like, if you grow up with it, it might feel coherent to you because that's what you're familiar with. See what I'm saying? Atlas, thank you for the additional super chat, friend. Holy moly, I had to pause the live show and just got to where that kid called Sarah insufferable. I felt defensive for her and said out loud, fuck you, arrogant, insufferable baby. That's what the fuck I'm talking about. And Sarah was too kind to do that to him, which proves that she's obviously not the insufferable one, because she could have said things back, and she chose to be the bigger person. 49 Perfect says, this kid sounds like any thought deeper than a kiddie pool is too scary for him to engage with. It's a shame because he thinks he thought deeply. Yeah, I mean, don't they all? I could be wrong. I feel like all of the people that come in here feel like they are, they have thought about it and they've got answers. But I mean, they never do. I mean, they might have some fucking answers, but they're never good answers. You guys know that. They're made up answers. SB Rail says, as somebody who's questioning, I'm appreciative over your debates and explaining on topics. I've begun to critically read through the Bible. Excelsior! Full fucking A, SB. That's what I'm talking about. That's why I do these live streams. Because you guys know me, I do think that knowledge is power. And I think the way to gain that knowledge, at least for this particular religion, is to read the fucking book. People could save a lot of trouble and effort if they just read the book and they're just not reading it. Zeus backing in said, I think even monkeys without the concept of numbers understood the concept that 1 plus another becomes 2. Exactly. Did they have words to describe it? No, obviously not. Did they understand that one thing is not the same as another thing? Well, yeah, obviously. It was something that they could comprehend. They just didn't have language to express it. They didn't have a way to do anything with it. But that doesn't mean that it just wasn't a thing. But whatever. I do find it interesting though that like I think these are really simple answers. Like, I don't think that anything I said to that kid was difficult or like unrational or new. But it is interesting to me that the reaction is as if I'm saying something crazy. Taco Joe says the super chats are particularly profound today. Here's one to lower the bar for the less creative among us. Well, thank you, Taco Joe. I do appreciate that. And super chatting's not my best quality, so I lead off with a joke usually, because if you can at least make them laugh, they'll tolerate you. Kind of like if you're ever late to a meeting, make sure you're gonna bring donuts. It's gonna be okay. AM Cramp says, let's try it this way. I flock with Planet X oh, not this again. I flock with Planet X community spelled PLAGNIBTX. Have you guessed all the letters yet? No. Venus, Venus, do you know what this means?
I forgot. Spelled? Is that an abbreviation or like? Okay. Well, what is it about? People like, I don't know. Planet no, he say la, that's French.
I mean,
you'd have to give me the first
could
one.
be,
Give us the first letter.
I don't know what it means. I just need something. This is a riddle that you've sent me now about 15 times, and I've never got it yet. And I've even tried Googling it. I got nothing. I have no idea what's happening with this. And I might never figure it out, but I appreciate you dedicating your time trying to clue me in. I'll get there maybe. Kristen68 says, why didn't God create the perfect law code with Adam and Eve? He could have laser engraved gold tablets in a tongue easy to understand forever. Rock hard for Doug. Yes. I have made this point a million times. People are like, well, what evidence would you need? I actually think it would be fucking convincing evidence if those gold plates that Joseph Smith had were real. Like, we actually had fucking laser etched gold plates that were like carbon dated to 6,000 years old, and was in it was in one language. God never mixed up the languages, and everybody could read it. And I don't know, it just doesn't make any sense the way that the transmission of information has come down through the Bible. It's not a good way to do it, especially not for God. Game Guy says, I'm asserting that Jainism is bullshit. Yeah, that assertion I'm going to agree with. And Taco Joe says, Justin, every time he argued, Jane Jock violated his vow to avoid causing karma. Actually, that's fair, actually. Every time I asked him about moral situations, he would in fact, in his framework, being moral in itself would be useless if the point is to not accumulate karma. That's crazy. It's a nonsensical worldview. The algorithm has summoned me. Oh, I see. The names, the long names, that's on me. The long names here are just getting converted to ... I'll have to change the text size. I refuse to get into karma. Last time I did, I hit someone's dogma. Bazinga. That's why I'm a Hindon't. I got a million of them. It's been a while, algorithm, since you popped in with a good joke. I appreciate that. I hope you're doing well, buddy. And I don't think your partner is into the Eastern religions. I thought they were a Christian. I could be wrong. We'll have to catch up sometime. Guitar Secular says, so if a woman is getting grape, was it karma why she got grape? That seems to be the point, right? That's why the caste system is so popular over there, because it assumes that they're in this particular station because of what they did in their past life, and they have to go through it to like get rid of their karma. So there's no incentive to help them or make their lives better. Shirley Temple, thank you for the super chat. Justin, you should have told that first caller to call back when Venus was co-hosting. He would have had his pancreas ripped out. I know. Boy, would he have not had a good time. It would have been rough. But I'd be here for it. I'd love to watch that. 612 Zeus again says, the Alaska Constitution requires its commercial fisheries to be managed for long-term sustainability. Oh, wait, that's true. This brings up a good point. A lot of fish nowadays are actually just bred. They're bred in fisheries. Interesting point. I hadn't considered that. It's not wild caught fish anymore. I wonder if I should only eat wild caught fish. All right. That's a good point. I'm gonna mull that one over. Taco Joe says, Jan Jock became a Jane to get out of mowing the. Okay. Taco Joe, that was good work. After your first super chat, I didn't see that one coming, but that was good. April, my friend, thank you for the $9.99 super thanks. I assume this is your first super chat and you didn't know how to fill in the text. My first 2 super chats look just like this. The super chat system is a little goofy. It takes a couple times to figure it out, but thank you for being here. And Aim Cram coming in again. Let's see what we can get. It says, let's try this a third time. I flock with Planet X community spelled. Have you guessed the letters yet?
X?
P-I-A-N-G.
I don't know.
Well, I might have read your super chats in the wrong order. Amcram, I'm so sorry. I just don't know what's happening here. And I think it's about the 8th time we've tried this. You might just have to throw me a bone here. Hey, Godless, good to see you, John. I hope you're doing well. Buddy says, hey, what do I need to do to get you to check my Bible study app, GE Bible Live? Oh, fuck. I actually did check it out. My apologies. I did not give you any feedback on it yet, but I actually went through it. There's a couple things that maybe could be tweaked, but it's a really good app, by the way. I think it was designed well. I do enjoy the interlinear nature of it, and I haven't looked through all the tools yet, though. I know you got some Bible study tools on it, so I'll have to wait and see what you got there. But I did see you had a section for messianic prophecies, and I was like, oh, I should wade through those. I just want to see what's going on. You know what I mean? But overall, I like it. Y'all, hold on. I'll put it on screen. So Godless made a pretty dope website. I don't have my screen sharing open. Let me share my screen. My apologies. I thought my screen sharing was on. That's right here. Very good. Very good. Very good. All right. So there we go. This is the gebible.app is the name of it. Let me get it on this one. Oh, there we go. And it's got a lot of cool stuff. It's even got Greek and Hebrew help tools. It's got different versions of the Bible, and it's got study tools. So there should be some commentaries on here if I remember correctly. And I think it's got some of the stuff that you would find from like on the Skeptic's Annotated Bible. But Lemma is the side-by-side interlinear section, if I remember correctly. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. But anyways, yeah, check it out, friends. It's a pretty dope app. It formats well to the phone. I've already tested it, so give it a look. I think John did a great job on it. Danny, hey, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Besides the Bible being a cure for Christianity, what other books do you recommend to help with deconstruction? Oh, good question. I think the other books that you might want to read to help with deconstruction is the scholarly literature. Read the biblical scholarly literature. Read a good commentary, and it's going to make you realize that the Bible is kind of silly. And after that, I don't know, maybe read a really good science book, maybe like Battle of the Big Bang or something about the beginning or non-beginning of the universe, and think seriously about the idea of something existing outside of space and time. How the fuck did it even happen? Something existing nowhere for no amount of time just doesn't exist. Cameron, thank you so much for the super chat, buddy. Says Wednesday night, just in time. Venus, that's what's up. Yeah, Venus.
Why did you say that? I need that on a soundboard.
Somebody's gonna clip
so
that.
fucking
I guarantee it's gonna get
unhinged.
clipped. Last super chat from 612 Zeus says Alaska requires that both wild caught and hatchery fish are managed sustainably. There are no fish farms here. Oh, so they do wild catch, but they wild catch offshore. Oh, interesting. Something to think about. I appreciate that. In fact, I'll be going to Alaska soon, in September. So, I'll check it out maybe when I'm there. I think I'm gonna be there about 6 days. So, should be fun. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to stream while I'm there. We'll see. We'll see what we can do. But anyways, friends, thanks so much for joining me. I'm 10 minutes over. I gotta run. But I'll be live on Friday. I think Venus will probably be joining me on Friday. If you're on TikTok right now, go follow Venus's channel before this live stream ends. And who's live that we can go to raid? Is anyone live right now?
Let me have
I'm sure
a
someone's
look-see.
gotta be live.
Okay, let's see
Check
who's
on YouTube.
live. Who's live? J-Mac is live. I don't know if he's doing
No way.
Deconstruction. Let me have a look.
Okay, let me go see.
Sometimes he just plays fucking games.
True. Oh, is he live on TikTok?
Mm-hmm.
4 or 5 days.
Okay.
I've just been reading and listening to a lot of philosophy.
Sounds like he's just chilling.
Yeah.
All right. So
I
here's
mean,
what we're gonna do.
Empress is
If you're
live.
on... Oh yeah. Hey, TikTok, go to Empress's channel and tell her Venus and Justin sent you. And if you're on YouTube,
Oh
guess
wait,
what?
Joel
the
is
line's
live.
still streaming.
Joel,
Oh fuck, Joel and Mezzo?
Joel is live. Let me see. I think it's just
Well,
Joel.
shit.
Let me see what he's doing.
Just go somewhere. Go somewhere and tell them Venus and Justin sent you. We don't have that many people left in TikTok anyways. You're about to. But listen, if you're on YouTube, go over to the line. Matt Dillahunty and my friend Jeff, you know Jeff from TikTok, is streaming right now. They're still live. They're going to be live for like another 50 minutes. So go tell them that Justin and Venus sent you. Tell them I said hello. I'll probably pop in the chat myself. And then I'll see y'all on Friday. Thank you so much. Love you, and be more moral than these God believers. They're